Hello! Oh, that's very loud. There we go. Big Arms, hello, hello. Amethyst, hello. And Monkhead, hello. How's everyone doing? How is everyone? Mars, hello. Help! Help. Hello, hello. I need to change my screen resolution. And also... turn that off? Wait. Oh, that one. There we go. No chat on stream during videos. You never know when some weird YouTube people are gonna just, like, say weird shit. Never trust them. Edge, how's it going? We're going to sounds for my game. Footsteps to be exact, covering grass, wood, foliage, concrete, bleh. Too much sounds to keep up. I feel ya. I feel ya. Me and Adam actually came up with a really nice kind of method for doing all that stuff. Or less about the actual sounds themselves, but more about implementing the sounds. Which was to put all of the contact sounds inside the physics asset. Because you can make a lot of people don't know this, but you can make a child class of physics material. Or physical material, whatever it is. So you can make a child class and add variables to it, you know. So you could add impact sounds, impact particles, blah, blah, blah. And then you can add extra ones like... we had one that was like called a softness or a hardness value. And if a material was softer, then you'd add like a sort of delayed fade in to the sound, which would like get rid of the clickiness or like the you know, the clunk. what's it called? Like the swing. Let's say you had like a sword or like a metal cling sound, you know, like clang. But if you clang a sword against grass, it's not going to make that k sound. It's just going to like, you might get a bit of the ring out at the end. So, using the softness value, you essentially play all the same sound effects, but you give them like a little fade in time at the very start to kind of chop off some of that transient, you know, transient sound. And that worked like flawlessly. So if you have like footsteps on grass, you're just getting the physics material of whatever the feet are hitting. So it's usually, you know, grass or dirt or stone. And then you just pull the sound clip or the sound cue, or meta sound in our case, from the physics asset and play it. So you don't have to have like, you know, a gigantic lookup table of like a million different sound effects. It just keeps all the sound effects where they're relevant. And then when you add, you know, it's like, oh, I have like a broken glass physical material. You just add the broken glass physics material, you add the sound effects, and then when your character steps, they'll be able to, you know, step on the crunchy glass. And you don't have to actually add anything to your character. Or you can, you know, throw an item, and the item can use the same, you know, impact sound functionality, and it just pulls, you know. Like the item would have an impact sound, and the physics material has an impact sound, or whatever. Low pass filter need to custom probably. Yeah, no, low pass is super easy to do with meta sounds. Which I think we ended up doing, maybe? Or maybe opted against it because... I think we opted against it because it kind of changes the sound profile, or like, you know, the actual EQ of the sound, rather than just, you know, the attack and decay of it. But you could definitely use that for, like, you know, some parameterization. I'm trying to think what else we did with that system. Oh, you'll probably also want, like, a sliding sound. A sliding version for all of the surfaces as well. Because if something's sliding across grass, you know, you don't want it to have, like, a start and end point. You want it to be a continuous sound. So that's another thing that we factored in. So every kind of material, or, you know, any sound effect has a few randomized impact sounds. I think it was like 6 was our default. And then each of them have some random, you know, pitch variation up and down a semitone, which you just do in meta sounds or in sound cues, random pitch, randomized pitch. And then they also have a sliding, looping sound. So if like a sword was sliding down, I think this is where the low pass was actually implemented. It was if a sword is sliding down, you know, a stone ramp, then it makes like a scraping noise. But if a sword is sliding down grass or something, then it still needs to make a sound, but you just cut off some of the high frequencies and stuff. So yeah, I'll probably revisit that again at some point. When I start making my game again. When I stop dicking around with cool stuff. Let me just check if this is... Huh. Okay, you need to transform, reset transform. How's that look? This bit here needs to go up very slightly. Decent. And then where am I? Oh, hello. Cool. And I need to be more, well, I guess if I sat up straight, then I'd kind of be in the middle. Is there any difference between cues and meta sounds? I always use cues. Simplicity. You can set up meta sounds to pretty much function the exact same as cues. In fact, I think there's some, they share like a base class. You can actually use them interchangeably. So if you yeah, I'm pretty sure you can, like, use both of them interchangeably, basically. Sure, what topic is your next video is going to be about? So the first one that we're going to do is about custom Niagara Particles modules. So writing custom particle code. And how to actually do that. What the kind of paradigm is. And then also how to make, like, a reusable, you know, Niagara function. And then after that, we're going to talk about Grid 2D, which is the new kind of render target. It's what old Prismatica is built in, and that kind of stuff. So just look at the very basics of, like, setting that up and, you know, inputting some data. Probably just putting in, I don't know, a mouse position or something. Yeah, doing like a line trace, and that would be world position. I don't really want to go into, like, moving it around in world space. I think it'll just be a fixed position grid. So just like an interactive space. So yeah, it'll essentially just be that, and then just draw the mouse position to it and fade it out over time. Please do the moving around part. Maybe in the next one. Maybe in the next one. It's a bit... Yeah. I just want it to be as simple as possible to sort of get the ideas across. And then after that, after Grid 2D intro, do a fluid simulation using Navier-Stokes equations and incompressible fluids and blah, blah, blah. Basically what I've been doing the past week. Which is the, well, I've been doing a 3D fluid sim. Looking for that part, so Fuggy would help to get some pointers. Yeah, I agree. It's knowledge that has been lost to time. The gist of it is that you need to move the simulation by whole pixels. If you start to move it around by sub-pixels, it'll just start doing a Gaussian blur over time. Like every time it moves half a pixel, you end up blurring it across multiple pixels, which just fucks with it too much. So you essentially have to know how big is one pixel in world space, and then when you cross that threshold, then you tell it to offset. Like you move the location parameter and the other one, I forget what it is. Well, you give it an offset value. Alright, let me just check that this all still works. I forget what I was doing with this before I... Okay, no, I was just doing... I was just dicking around with it. Have you ever wanted to do this in Niagara Particles? Something? Well, I've got the tutorial for you. Well, have I got the tutorial for you? I need to work on my voice. Stereo mono, what's the difference? Non-audio guy here. For any kind of sound effect that's being played in the world, you'll want it to be mono. For anything that you're playing, like, through the speakers or in the headphones, you want it to be... Well, it can be stereo. So, you know, like, when you're listening to music... and you can hear, like, a guitar in the left ear, and a piano in the right ear, and the drums and the bass are down the center. That's what stereo is. And then mono is when it's just, you know, just on the nose. As though you were just listening from one speaker. I have a Niagara system that makes a bat swarm. My fire armor do a line trace to damage on hit damageables. It's ready to kill the particles that the line trace touches. Shit. Kind of, and kind of not. But there are ways to do it. It depends, is the firearm the only thing that can damage the bats? Because there's kind of 3 ways you could do it. Because you can't collide against particles from, you know, from gameplay and stuff. But particles can collide with gameplay stuff. Like, on their end, they can sense things. Because all CPU particles are doing, if they're colliding, are doing line traces ahead of them to see if they hit something. And then they can, like, bounce off, and they can, you know... And so... Yeah, one thing you could do is spawn a collision shape that the bats can collide against. And then if the bats collide against, you know, something, then they die. And so when you shoot, you'd spawn, like, you know, a little collision capsule. You'd keep it there for 1 frame, long enough for the particles to trace against it. And then the particles would kill themselves if they, you know, hit the damage collision type, or, you know, the kill collision type or something. The other way you could do it, which would probably be a bit more... It would work with GPU particles a lot better, is you could send through the start and the end trace positions of the shot, presuming that it goes through all of the bats. And if the line trace hits the... It depends if the particles are, like, bound to a position. So you need to know if the line trace is like anywhere near the particle system. And if it is near the particle system, send in the start and end locations of the shot, of the gunshot. And then you'd have a custom function which would have a binding. So, you know, a Boolean binding. So it would only run if it senses that there's, you know, a gunshot. And you'd have a start and end, you know, bullet location. And then you'd essentially just have to test the distance from every bat particle to that line. And if they're within a threshold, then you kill the bats. But otherwise, you got to kind of think of particles as a... think of particles as like an endpoint in, you know, gameplay stuff. The particles shouldn't really, in most cases, be getting used for gameplay things. A really good Niagara tutorial series with lots of stuff for beginners. I mean, things mainly related to Grid 2D, 3D render targets. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what we are filming this very day. Did y'all min max yet? Hey, who up minning they max? I'm just dicking around right now. But I feel... I think we can get started with some videos. Why are these syncing? Wait, which way is down? So why? Huh? Why is it all sinking downwards? I'm so confused. Is there like a pressure? Bruh. Why are they sinking down? No, it's like the temperature stuff is still running for whatever reason. I'm so confused. It shouldn't be. Oh, unless it's like our pressure iteration. -1 min. Or is it in divergence? Min -1, max 0. Oh, that's fine. Oh well. YOLO. YOLO, YOLO? That's so weird. Why would it be sinking down? There's definitely something going on with the, core simulation. Temperature gradient to velocity, advec temperature. Okay, now they're going up. But we're not even like... anyway, fuck it. I'm too old for this shit. Then you're a fossil? poor Jed. Poor Jetty boy. Is it a diffusion? No, is it the Vorticity? Okay, so Vorticity confinement is doing something to make things tend downwards. Why is this? Oh, unless it's just that the negative values we can't see? No, it's definitely not. Okay, what are you doing? Is it because of this? No, why are you sinking? Let me just double check. Curl gradient. You should be getting... yeah, -1 max. And you should be getting min of... yeah, of the max height. Right, you're fine. What about curl? -1 min index. Is it just getting fricked up, or... oh, hold on. He's stupid. He's stupid. That was it. Right. There we go. That's why we were getting suction downwards. Now we have our weird mushrooms back. Our weird mushroom pinecone tree. Alright, let's get filming. Hopefully my stream doesn't die all the time, like it usually does. How do I move this up and down again? Oh. Alright, so that's this scene. We look good. Nice. So guys, this is running in real time. I mean, it's only like, what's 86 times 86 times 86. It's only 636 particles. You know? Which, like, you think on how big is, like, 1080p? 198 times 1080? Sorry, 1080p. That's like 2 million pixels. So to render just a normal screen is 2 million pixels. So if we took like a quarter of the screen, if we took like a quarter of our screen and rendered like a sort of, if we just rendered like a pretty complex material on 1/4 of the screen, then that's how expensive this fluid sim is. As in the actual calculations of the fluid sim. And then rendering it is a whole fucking different thing, but... This method that they use here, I'm pretty sure this is a ray marching method. Which isn't, like, too terrible. But what I've... what I've opted for, which is just like my, you know, super scuffed brain doing super scuffed brain things, is is to use dithered masked materials And the mesh that... and the mesh is just a nightmare fuel. Like, whatever the fuck this thing is. Like a voxel, I don't know. It's crazy. Could probably be way more chill. Probably doesn't need that many thingos for this. You can kind of see them. You can see the grid. I mean, it's just for debugging and whatnot. $86 voxels per axis is pretty good quality for such voxel density. Yeah, it's I think a lot of it comes from vorticity confinement, which is a kind of, it's a way to sort of inject more detail back into low resolution simulations. Look really cool, you fed into volumetric cloud actor. Yeah, 100%. I just don't know how to do that. I'm too dumb. Is that? That is spreading up there. So yeah, if we look at like without VC, then like you can see it's like very smooth looking. Smooth and boring. And like it'll still do fluidy stuff. You know, it'll still kind of swing around and whatnot. But it's like very diffuse, I guess you could say. But then vorticity confinement takes the sub-pixel, well, not sub-pixel, but it takes the rotation of each voxel into account. So, and you guys are probably sick of me drawing this fucking diagram over and over. But, you know, if so this is our cell in question, and if this one has a velocity of this, and this one maybe has like a tiny bit going this way, you know, this one is doing a force that's going counterclockwise, and this one's doing it going clockwise. But this one obviously is bigger than that one, so it has a slight clockwise rotation. And then we also take into account, you know, the sides. So this would mean it gets spun even more. And then once we've calculated the curl, we get the gradient of the curl, up, down, left, right, and then cross that against the curl value. And so that pretty much just says, if you were like this, then add some velocity to this guy, some velocity to this guy, some velocity to this guy, some velocity this way to that guy. And so when we turn that on, this turns into this, where we get like all the little fine details back. You can even see like little smoke rings because of it. The little floaties. Stable vortices. So yeah, there's like, that's with it. And then without it. And I think without it, it's just super fucking boring. So I dig it a lot. And you know, we can go down to like 32 by 32. And it still doesn't look super terrible. Okay, I spoke too soon. It's pretty terrible. But I'm planning on doing like a 16 by... Fucking wrong way. That's 16 by 128. There we go. For my uses. It'll be like way shorter than it is wide. But yeah. So that counts as shell rendering? Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Handmade ray marching? Exactly, exactly. Smoky effect on Dragon Wing. That sounds dope, though. How baked and performant can Niagara fluid sims get? Like a fully pre-calculated 3-second sequence, then I render at runtime super cheap. You could... I don't know, actually. I guess you could render it to a flipbook. I know that that's how Fluid Ninja FX does it. So, like, it does a fluid sim, and then it, like, I guess just takes a scene capture, or just, like, bakes it to, like, you know, a flipbook texture. So you've got, like, you know, 100... however many frames of, you know, good-looking fluid stuff, but it's just all baked to a 2D texture array that you just flip through. But, I mean, this isn't terrible. Like, this isn't not performant. I was also thinking I might do, like a staggered update on this, which means that I'd have to be manually caching. I'd have to have a manual cache array that would get written to at the end of each full iteration. Although I guess that caching step could just be its own extra step on its own frame, which would actually... So, yeah, fuck, that's a good idea. Wow, this is looking pretty funky. We're getting some sweet, sweet convection currents. But yeah, the, Bake fluid sim trade CPU performance for memory consumption. Pick your poison. Yeah, exactly. Well, this is all in the GPU. So yeah, it would be GPU performance for GPU memory consumption. Unless you were... Well, actually, no, they don't even let you do grid simulations on the CPU. It's a GPU compute-only function. Create a basic smoke Niagara system from a chimney. Place two of those pretty close to each other, two separate chimneys. How would you solve the Z fighting between the particles of two different systems? Fuck. I would... I'd combine them both into one thing. I'd combine them into the one emitter and just have two spawn points. You know? That would be my personal solution. To just have an emitter and then have 2 points. Otherwise, I'm really not sure. I'm guessing they're translucent particles. If they were masked and dithered, I think it wouldn't be an issue. No, it might be. I don't know. I don't know. Memory so precious if NVIDIA keep releasing those 8GB cards. Yeah, I know, it's so dumb. Like, put more fucking VRAM in them. They've even, like, stepped backwards on some of their newer cards. Like, the one at the same tier of the previous generation has more memory, you know. Single system separate emitters have Z finding problem. Yeah. Put them in the same emitter. Just do, like, you know, on particle spawn, shape location, and then do it again, shape location, and it should do it in 2 places, I guess. Worrying about texture budget 2K on current project, be sad? Yeah, I don't know. That's one of the reasons that I love my material setup, is that, like, it's so memory efficient. Because of the way that, you know, I don't use, like, color textures. Everything's just like a parameter, like a color parameter. Which just means, like, from this black and white texture mask, I can make rocks without needing to, like, store 3 channels worth of data. And I end up with more customization and stuff. And then the normals go in here. And then the height mask goes in here. And it's just like, I have everything I need to, you know, texture something in one texture. And that's like, what, 5 megabytes? Why is it 5 megabytes? Oh, it's BC1. Which is what I... Is that what I want? No, I think I wanted BC7. Which sacrifices alpha slightly. Yeah. Oh, well then in that... I mean, it makes these slightly better. I think the height mask is probably more gooder. Anyway, let's just set up a thing. God, for our stuff. I need somewhere... You know, I'll probably do this in a Prismatica level. The cube. Alright, let's go post, process, depth of field. How do I turn depth of field off? What's the actual... Is it the sensor width? Yeah, probably. Right, where's somewhere I can do this frickin' material? What's it called? Particle. You know, I'll probably just make a new world. Let's go... Prismatica... No, content dump. Go to... New folder. Niagara videos. New level. Niagara test or video. Level. Cool. And now we need a place. Now we need a thing. Well, first I'm just going to get my time manager. Bam. Hello. I guess here is fine. Yeah, whatever. Then we need a cube. Bam. Cube at world origin. Hello? What the fuck? Why? Where did you get? Oh. Oh, right, I see. Scale is 100. Bam. Yeah, nice. I also need editor post-process. My one. Post-process. Bam. Without the cell shading. Which gives us our depth fog shit. Yeah, cool. Prismatica. No. Well, I mean... ultimate Prismatica. No, what's... No, Ultra Prismatica. Ultra Prismatica. That's what the people want. The orb. Goodbye, orb. Oh, hello. Why did I spend so much time making a sky sphere when my game's a top-down game? It's funny. I make myself laugh. Why is this so fucking bright? Is it 'cause... You know what? Let's just swoop that up to 1.5. That's alright. Yeah, whatever. Prismatica Ultra Pro Premium. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, to be fair, you'll be able to see it in reflections. So... You know. Also, there will be times where the camera will, like, come down. You'll be able to view, kind of, panoramically. I mean, this was just like a little test thing. It took a couple of hours to do. Not trying to flex, but, you know. This is like 10% of my power, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so we need a plane. Let's make a plane. At world origin. It's all I've got. Poor Jed. Also, I was thinking this fucking light clouds light function. What fucking sample are they using? Cloud noise baked. Can I just do a MIP level? Because this is fucking terrible. Level, I don't know, 4? Now that's fucked up. Can I go like to 1? 2? What's the dude on this one? It's set to blur 1. You know what? Blur 5. YOLO. It's because it's got, you know, it will go BC7. I mean, this is a really old texture. It's a bit shit, no offense to myself. No offense to me, but it's kind of shit. Let me get a different one. Noise. Shit, I don't know. This one? 1K. Doesn't matter. We YOLO, we YOLO. I just want this to be a different color for this video. Sorry, there's a lot of setup to do. There's a lot of work that goes into videos, apparently. You buy something or upload something to Fab. Oh, whoa. There you go. That might help ease the transition out of Substance, you know. Knowing that you can go back to it to like finish up stuff, you know, get a free 6 months. Oh, you can do 2025 one-off? Okay, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let us begin us. Oh no, I just wanted to do it. 15. There we go. This is our little place. Wow, look, it's so cool. Cool, man. Let's just put it up a tiny bit. You know, I'm going to put it under the thing. Alright, we are in the dude. We're in the dude. Whatever that means. Excuse me? I do kind of want it smaller now. Alrighty, let's put that in there. This comes out a tiny bit. This guy goes here-ish. Can I see anything? Not really. Ugh, bring back the fucking... the slider. The file size slider. Actually, I need to push these over to here. Sweet. I believe we are ready. Hello? Hello? And we're... Let me just do a test recording. Also, sorry, I was so in the zone. Monkhead, thank you very much for the gifty. Also, Amura, thank you very much for the water. Very appreciated. Jiklon B, coming in with a Prime sub. Absolute Giga Chad. And Wickerman, also coming in with a Prime sub. Hell yeah. And we had a hype train. I didn't even realize. I was just so engrossed. I was so grossed in Unreal Engine. I was grossed out in Unreal Engine. Right, let's just do a quick test recording. 3, 2, 1. This is a test recording. Today we're going to be doing a video about Niagara Particles, and I'm currently just doing a test recording. Hopefully my OBS doesn't crash while I do this. Cool. Alright, wait for that to do its thing. Check audio. Test recording. Oh my god, that's loud. Fuck my... This is a test recording. Today we're going to be doing a video about Niagara Particles, and I'm currently just doing a test recording. Hopefully my OBS doesn't crash while I do this. Cool. That sounds fine to me. Sorry. I let my actual face show through for a second. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of 5 Minute Materials. Today we're going to be talking about... Stop dicking around. Stop dicking around. Stop it. You fool. You fool. Charlie De Niro in there. Hell yeah. Alright. Let me just get my hair in order. How do I usually do my... like that, I guess? No min-max muscle flex this time? Nah, I don't think so. Actually, an ad's about to start. That gives me a good opportunity to make another coffee. So, I'll BRB, and then we'll do all 3 videos, 4 videos, back to back. We're just gonna... We're just gonna vine boom them one after the other. So, BRB. Hello. That's the wrong scene. Why am I so far to the... Maybe my posture has changed? That's better. No, not better. Now we're talking. Alright, I'm back. Right, I have just literally zero idea what I'm gonna do in this video. But we're just gonna freaking wing it. We will just wing it. I do want to start recording. Is gonna be plus button. Stop recording will be the minus button on the numpad. All right. Do I look okay? What if people just don't watch me because I'm so angry? All right. Hello and welcome back to another Niagara Particles video in Unreal Engine. Today we're going to be talking about custom Niagara modules. What is a custom Niagara module? Well, if you're familiar with materials and you're familiar with using material functions, you might have a jiggle function and the wind function. I don't fucking know. Actually, I shouldn't swear in the first few seconds. And let's say you've got a wind function, and then you've got like a height mask function. Height mask. And then you've got a height mask function, and you want to like plug the wind into your jiggler, and then that multiplied by the height mask, and that kind of thing. You can kind of think of Niagara modules as material functions. And they get executed, well, instead of left to right, they're going to be executed from top to bottom. So most particles will be doing a bunch of things. Most particle systems that you'll see as templates will be doing things like getting the particle speed and adding gravity to it and that kind of thing. But sometimes we want to just add stuff in between all of these functions. And sometimes it can feel very limiting just using all of the inbuilt functions to do a bunch of random garbage to your particular particles. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about how do we do absolute random shite inside any given particle system. So let's jump out of materials, because materials are not what we're talking about today. And instead, we will go and create a new Niagara system. Now, I think a good one to use as a basis is going to be a fountain. There we go. And we're just going to chuck that into our level. And you can see it is spewing out particles. It's just shooting them up in the air, and they are falling down. And I can't select them because they're transparent, so I have to press T. There we go. So, we have a new Niagara particle system, and if we go into it, you can see what I was talking about just before. We have this spawn rate function. Oh, sorry, one sec. Let me move this over to here. So we have the spawn rate function, the initialize particle stage, the shape location, so where are these particles spawning, and then some add velocity module. Those are all happening in the particle spawn stage. And then on particle update, we are doing, well, manage the age and lifetime of the particles, add gravity, add drag, scale the color based on the lifetime of the particle, and then a force solver, which essentially, you know, calculates its next position based on all of the, you know, the current velocity of it. This will actually update the position. So, what if we wanted to do something... And so, if we actually click on, or double-click on any of these things, we can actually look at what they are doing. So, if we double-click on gravity, then you can see it is getting the physics force. So, this is the accumulated physics force for this frame. It's got something in here, whether it's in the coordinate stage, the coordinate space. So if it's in local or world space, whether they want gravity to go, you know, in the local Z, if the particle system is tilted on its side or not, or if it's in world space. And then it is, well, it's kind of obfuscated, has a transform. Oh no, that's just the transform vector. And then basically all it's doing is it's getting the gravity and it's getting the mass of the particle, multiplying them together, and then it is just adding that to the forces this frame. And that's literally what all this is doing. And then the next one, we go to drag. Again, it is getting the drag parameter, which is this value up here. And then it is setting that value for some reason. Okay. So it's getting the current physics drag and adding this drag to it, because you might be adding multiple drag values. Then it is just getting the, I guess, rotational drag, adding that to it, blah, 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 blah. Are we ignoring mass? I don't know. And then, so it's literally just adding drag to the current drag value, this frame. And then I'm guessing in solve forces and velocity, when it comes time to get the previous velocity, that would be the acceleration. That's acceleration limit. Where are they actually adding the new velocity? Blah, 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 blah. Velocity plus position. But where's the drag factored in? That would be at the start, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So you can see when the solve forces module is being executed, we have the drag. They have this drag function here, which is doing, you can look for yourself. It's pretty much just getting the velocity and dividing it by the drag value, so that, you know, the velocity gets smaller over time. And then that will make the new velocity, so like a local velocity. And then down here, this is where the new position gets set. We have the new calculated velocity multiplied by delta time so that it's frame independent. And then we just get the current position, add the velocity, and set the new position. And that's kind of just a basic rundown of, you know, a standard particle system. So what if we wanted to do something weird, like, I don't know, make all of our particles flash different colors kind of randomly? Well, the first thing that we'll want to do, I'll probably get rid of the scale color thing, which is just fading them out over time. And then what I'm going to do in particle update is grab a scratch pad. So a scratch pad is essentially just, you'd probably want to name these properly, but a scratch pad is essentially like a unique module for this particle system. So this is kind of like all of the random stuff that you do in between material functions, you know, to like remap things and, you know, add masks together and all that random junk. That's essentially what a scratch pad is. So we could do something like, you know, let's get a vector. We could get the current velocity, and we could get the length of that, and maybe, you know, map range, remap range. That looks like a nightmare. Let's just get the length of the velocity, I don't know, divided by 200, so that our value will be 0 when the particles aren't moving, and then at 200, the value will be 1. We're going to saturate that just to be safe. And then let's go and do a lerp. This is going to be the alpha in our lerp between two values. And then we're going to set a color value. Now, when it comes to actually setting things, there are some parameters and some variables that are just automatically in here that we'll be able to access because they've been initialized, you know, elsewhere in this system. So if we go to color, and that's a core parameter, so we can actually just set the color based on, is that a linear color or it is a linear color. So we can go make linear color, and chuck another one here, and when they're stationary, they're going to be, I don't know, like a nice blue, aqua blue, and then when they are moving fast, they are going to be an orange of some sort. Now, we could also get we could hard code the velocity to be the particle's velocity, instead of... So, essentially, if you've got an input here, then if we actually look at this module, you can see that there's an input up here, and then we could set that input to be the velocity value. So if you're making a module that you want to reuse for like different things, you could just put, you know, a generic velocity input, but tell it to take in the I guess it would be position, or convert position to vector, and then take in the particle position, wherever that is. Particles position. There we go. And so now it would be using the... Well, let's just call that generic vector. So now it would be using the position and, I guess, the distance from the world origin to drive its color. But for the time being, we want that to just be the velocity of the particle. So maybe instead of using a generic input, we just hard code it to take the velocity, get the length of that velocity or the speed of the particle, remap it so that when they're going 200 units fast, we have a value of 1, and when they're stationary, the value is 0. Plug that into a lerp, and lerp between two different colors, and then set the new particle color here. So let's look at that in action. And you can see that I forgot to set the alpha on the colors in this lerp. So we're just going to do that really quick. Okay, and you can see that you can barely tell that some of them are blue and some of them are orange. And that is because they're fucking translucent particles. Can I not just... Oh god, I want to die. It's really hard to see. Okay, and the reason that we can barely see what's going on is that we're dealing with translucent particles. So let's just really quickly make a opaque particle material for video. We're just going to go into here. We're going to get particle color, which is an interface between the thing and the thing. We'll just do a radial gradient exponential. Chuck that into the opacity mask. This is going to be a masked material. It's going to be two-sided, whatever. And then metallic, specular, roughness, we don't really care about. You know what, we'll even chuck the color into the emissive color. And then if we go to our new particle system, go to the sprite renderer, we're going to do our opaque something for video, opaque material, video, something. And now we should see that, yes, our particles are red or orange. Oops, sorry, let me just... So now we can see that our particles are, you know, orange or red in this case now. Are they? No? Okay. I'll just make them red. Fuck it. Okay, so now you can see that our particles are red when they're moving fast, and then they turn blue as they kind of reach their apex, and then they turn red again as they speed up. We could even change this to like 400 units fast. And yeah, you can see that we've just pretty much inserted some random BS into a particle system to get it to change color based on the speed, I guess. So we could... Now, you might be wondering, oh, well, couldn't we just do that using all of the inbuilt functions? For example, we could just do color. We're going to do color, and then our color is going to be color from curve, and then this would be blue, and then this would be red, and then our curve index would be the particle speed? Velocity? Does it not have a speed value? Particle... Let me just look. Okay, it doesn't tell us a speed. That's silly as. Well, I could get velocity. No, I can't get velocity. What are you... I'm just so confused. Color from curve, curve index, not normalized age. I want to get speed. No, I want to get velocity. Why are you not exposed? What the fuck? Particle. Age, mass, lifetime, material random, spiral rotation, lifetime, mass, material random. Are you just not being... Are they internal only, maybe? Particle attributes. You do have velocity. I guess velocity is a vector rather than a thingo. Yeah, they don't just calculate speed in there. Okay, well, we should be able to do a vector length here. And then our vector is going to be the velocity of the particle. The fallback vector is just whatever. We shouldn't really need it. And then that should use the scale color. You motherfucker. we're going to have to do vector length float multiply float. Oh, God. Okay, you can see why this is getting annoying, right? So we're going to need to go curve index. So, you know, where our color is, we're going to have to say multiply float. We're going to have to get the vector length. Then we're going to have to get the vector of velocity. And then we're going to have to divide that by 0.1 or probably 0.2. So 500 is our max thing. And then we'd want to clamp it, but now I've got to like go back to here and go like clamp float, and now all the other ones have disappeared, and it's just like fuck this shit, you know. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do a scratch module, get the velocity, do the length, do the remapping, chuck it into a lerp between whatever colors. You could even expose these colors as inputs, so you can just grab this, chuck it into there. This is called color 1. This bad boy is called color 2. Or maybe this could be slow color. And this could be fast color. And now these are parameterized. And if we go back to our scratch pad over here, you can see that we can just say... Can I just do this real quick? Yeah. And so now that these are parameterized, we can say fast color is going to be green, and the slow color is going to be pink. And there you go. We have a custom module. It's got some inputs. It's doing some random stuff, and it is taking an existing value and changing that based on whatever our custom needs are. So, what happens if we wanted to reuse this in other ones? You know, if we wanted to write a module that's called scale color based on speed. Scale, is there one already? Okay, well, you know what? There is one. It's called scale color by speed. But that is only scaling the color. It's just, you know, doing the intensity of the colors or the alpha of the colors. It's not actually changing the color based on speed. So that one's kind of useless for what we were doing right here. Let me also just make these a bit bigger. Let's go like, I don't know, 20 and 40, 50. Yeah, nice. Much better, much better. Let me also just stop the recording, make sure I don't lose any stuff. Alright, where was I? I've lost my train of thought. I mean, to be fair, I don't really have a train of thought when I do videos, but I'm just... Who am I? Where am I? Ooh, funky. Okay, maybe not that bright. Right. I remember now. So, what if we wanted this to be usable between different particle systems that we're setting up for our project? One thing we could do, I think, is... frick. Let me just... boneless pizza. Hold on. How do I turn this into... I'm so... I'm like 100% sure there's a way to create a new module from a scratch pad. Is it in here? Local module, scratch module, create asset. There it is. Okay. Actually, let me just test that that does what I think it does. Create asset, save, cool. Right, now it's a module script. Sweet. Okay. So, if we wanted to take our Scratch module and turn it into one that we can use in multiple different dudes, first thing we want to do is up here where we've got our parameters and our user parameters over here. The one in the middle is our local modules. Let's just rename this one to change color based on speed. And if we right click on the module here, we can go create asset, and this will create a Niagara module script. So we're just going to call it the exact same as, you know, what we named it in there. And now if we just exit out of that and that and that and fug. Now if we go back to our folder, you can see we have one here called change color based on speed, Niagara module script. We can go into that and we can compile this. Oop. And now we can just make a new Niagara system. Let's do like a burst, like an omnidirectional burst. Chuck that in there. Let's call this burst for Video Kojima. And we're going to go into the burst, and I'm just going to add, I'm going to get rid of the gravity, turn gravity off, add more drag. So there's going to be like a kind of firework looking MF. Can this loop? Can I tell you to loop? Loop. Infinite. Cool. And then I also just want to set these to be bigger. 20 to 50. Bam. And what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to go to our opaque doodad. So this is our opaque material, and then all we need to do is go to particle update. We're going to get our change. Where the fuck is it? Something speed. Oh, it's library only, isn't it? Ah. Okay. And then if we look for it, so we have, so yeah, let me restart a bit. So now if we go to our particle update and we say add module to this group and we go change color based on speed, you'll see that it isn't there. And that's because we haven't exposed it to the library by default. If we untick this, we should be able to find it. But you can see it's got a little asterisk which says script is not exposed to the library. If we do want it to be there, all we need to do is go into it, into our module, and in here somewhere, exposed, library visibility, exposed, bam, save it. And now we should be able to find it in here, change color based on speed. Okay, let's just make sure we're not doing any other color stuff in this one. Change color based on speed, fast color, you know, red, slow color, blue, and, you know, maybe we'll make the red really bright, nice and intense, like bam, you know. And now we have some really dumb looking fireworks. And it was just as easy as getting our custom module that we created from scratch to take in the velocity, you know, get the length of the velocity, get the speed, change the color, and it was that simple. If we were actually going to do this properly, what we would want to do is to add the actual max speed as an input, which then we would want to say, okay, yeah, like for this one, maybe it's 100, so when they get slower than 100, you know, they turn blue, or maybe like 600, so they turn blue quicker, maybe even like 800 or something, who knows. And then for this one over here, we could set that to be a different value. So I think you can kind of see where this is going. Now, keep in mind, there are like a billion other things that you can do other than just change the color, but this is the general approach on how to make custom modules. If we wanted to do something like... Trying to think of like a different wacky thing we could do. Okay. I've got an idea. So let's just do one more wacky, random, zany particle thing. Let's start with a... How do I do it? Where's effects? Let's just start with a new Niagara system. We're just going to get the floaty boys, floating particles. I don't know if this one... No, these are my ones. Oh, no. Yeah. Do they just have... Or are they called hanging particles? They're called hanging particulates. Ooh. Very fancy. So we're going to get our hanging particulates for video emitter. And we're going to chuck them right here. I'm just going to move this guy over. You've been demoted. I apologize. And we're going to get this one here. Very, very, very vibuous. And I'm just going to go into this one. We're going to swing that into there and do this. Okay, first thing we're going to do, just for the sake of our example, we're going to use our opaque video material thing. Totally fine. We're also going to make these way bigger. So our uniform size, we'll go between 10 and 30, I guess. So you can see we've got our funky little doodads going on. They do have wind force, aerodynamic drag. We're scaling the size based on the lifetime, so as they fade out, they're going to shrink down into nothing. And we're scaling the color. You know what? Let's screw the color. Let's just grab out change color based on speed first. And again, we'll make this like 50 or something. Just really, really hot. And then they can be purple when they're just chilling. Max speed, I don't know, 400. Who knows? Who cares? And now what we want to do is, let's just make a new scratch pad. We are going to make these kind of jitter randomly. So we're going to be doing this per particle again. We're going to get the particle... We don't have a particle random seed, do we? Do we have a particle ID? We do. We do have a particle ID. Use it to drive the random particle node with a particle randoms gets set to 0. Okay, let's use the particle ID. To integer struct identifies every particle across all emitters in a system. I could just use particle lifetime. Okay, let's do particle lifetime in seconds. So We're going to grab the particle lifetime. We're going to chuck it into a sine wave. And then we're going to chuck that sine wave into another sine wave. And then we're going to get a different sine wave. And we're going to put it into another sine wave of a different doodad. And then we are going to saturate both of these. So we get rid of all the negative values. And then we're going to multiply them together. So this should kind of create like some randomness. We could debug this by getting the particle color and just setting that to be the color of this and turn off our color scaling. So we should, in theory... Oops, scratch module. We should, in theory, see these emitting. No, they're really not. Why? Hello? Oh, I didn't click apply scratch. Right, that's a very common thing. Even if you compile, this won't be getting applied. You need to apply scratch manually, which is kind of dumb. So now what I want to do is figure out why these aren't doing what I want them to do. Why are they getting no overlap? Maybe let's get particle normalized age. Unique ID. Monotonically increasing integer for each new particle born provides a stable unique ID for particles inside its own emitter. Stable ID across emitters, blah, 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 blah. All right, let's do this. So instead of using lifetime, we are just going to use game time. So engine, game time. And we are just going to get time plus some multiple of their unique ID. Just so they're all randomly offset from one another. And then that's going to go in to here. And this hopefully gives us some random pulsating. Okay, yep, they are randomly pulsating. However, it's not random enough. So I wonder if we can... I mean, if I... that's kind of hurting my eyes. Let's see. How can we get more randomness? I don't think material random actually, like, works. Oh, no, it does. Okay, so material random, which is just a random 0 to 1 value. We are going to use that multiplied by some silly number. Maybe 7.34. And then we're going to frac that. And then we're going to... You know what? Let's just add that to time. And then we're going to put that into our weird sine pulse generator. And that goes into there. Apply scratch, whatever. Okay, so now we should put that into there. Cool. All right, so now we're just randomly getting some flashing particles, which you might think is kind of useless. But what we could do with these randomly flashing particles, I'm going to look away from them for a sec. We could use these random flashes to get a random vector, random unit vector. Let's see. Hello. Random Let's just go vector. Actually, no, it should probably be randomized. Okay, you know what? We're going to make a random vector manually by making vector, bam, and let's just get our random seed. And again, we're just going to just going to multiply it by some random numbers. 2.65, 6.83, maybe a bit less than that. We'll keep them all around here. And then we're going to put these through their own sine waves. Bam, bam, bam. And then those are just going to chuck into the vector. So this will give us a -1 to 1 value for each x, y, and z based on the time. We can also just randomize the period a bit. Why not? We'll just YOLO. We just YOLO. This is how you get randomness. But not really. Then we're going to multiply this new vector by the pulses. And then we're going to do that by, I don't know, some scale value. Let's actually do that as a parameter. This is going to be called pulse strength. Okay. So, if we now look at, well, we don't care about the color. We're not trying to dick with the color. We actually want to get the velocity, or set the particle's velocity, but we just want to get the current velocity and add our new velocity to that value. We don't want to override the velocity. We want to add our velocity to its velocity. Alright, why are you angry? Okay, no, it isn't. It's fine. Okay, so we have all of our doodads here. And then let's set our... Well, let's get our color changing based on speed again. We have these nice floating fairy particles. And let's put the pulse strength up to 50. And you can see that they're all just kind of randomly jumping around. You know, kind of like bugs. Kind of like little fireflies, right? So every now and then they just decide, hey, I'm just gonna change direction. And then let drag take over. So you can see it's kind of a cool little spontaneous idea that I came up with. And implemented through the power of custom modules. There you go. I guess we'd probably want to add a time scaler. Oh, sorry, a time scale to this. Called, like... Can you, like, add... Oh, shit. Fuck. Chuck that in there. This is going to be called, What do you call this? Pulse frequency? Frequency? I don't know how to spell. Time into here. And then anything that was going into time. It's going to be here. So if we wanted them to do this less often, we could just say, you know, 0.2 or something. And yeah, every so often, they're just going to change direction, then stop, then change direction, and then stop. And look, I think it's neat. I think it's neato. Now, one thing that we haven't touched on in this video, but it's, you know, pretty much the exact same as what we've been doing, is you can make modules for particle spawn time. So you can make a module that when the particle gets spawned, you call this once, you know, when it gets spawned. So you could do something like set color based on location in world space, or you could do something like set the color based on the UV coordinates of a texture. And then you can also do things in emitter spawn and emitter update, which, think of it like anything that is labeled as emitter. Oh, I guess it's not in here. Oh no, where are our variables? Window, parameters. So any parameter that is labeled emitter is shared between all particles identically. So if you had an emitter, you know, particle speed multiplier or something, if you changed the speed on emitter update, or, you know, with a user parameter or something, then it would apply to all of the particles if they were getting, you know, that value from the emitter itself, rather than being calculated per particle. So the emitter owns all of the particles, and you can do custom functionality on the emitter rather than doing it on all of the individual particles. So if you wanted all of your particles to maybe oscillate their speed based on, you know, game time or something, all in unison, you would be better off doing that in the emitter and then reading the result of that from the particles, because that would be a lot more performant. You're doing that calculation once on the emitter, and then the particles are just accessing that variable that you've calculated, rather than every single particle doing that same calculation. So if you need something to be shared between all particles, do it in the emitter stage. If you want something to be per particle, then you do it in either the particle update or the particle spawn stage. But I think you'll be able to figure out which one is the most appropriate. Let me just chuck this up to like a billion. Whoa. Whoa. Let me just... The poor, I'm guessing the streaming bitrate is like really angry right now. Yeah, I figured. I should probably, you know what? I can't resist a little bit of a Prismatica plug, so we're gonna just go into Prismatica. Today's video was sponsored by Prismatica, the all-in-one GPU interaction plugin. So if you've ever wondered, you know, how all of this stuff, all of this GPU interaction, you know, nonsense happens in the Prismatica plugin that you've probably seen a couple of videos on me talking about, all of that is done through custom Niagara modules, specifically Grid, the Grid 2D framework, but everything here is just a custom written Niagara module, the exact same as what I showed you just earlier. If you want to have a look at it, you can see that we get the docket, we get the receipt. You can see that there is quite a few. We have such classics as Hit the Gritty and Figuring My Life Out. We have the whip and then nay stage, which contains the unpack input hash function, which is currently turned off. But you can see all of this stuff down here. is all custom scratchpad modules, where we're getting some values, we're altering them, and then we're resetting them over here. So for example, to draw the input shapes into our GPU simulation, we go draw deform capsules, where, you know, we simply just get the input, where we simply just get the start and end positions of all of, you know, the limbs of the characters and stuff. We do a little bit of math, little tiny bit of math over here, and then we simply just have an output for what all of the inputs are, and then later on down the line, they get added to our render targets. And so that is how... There you go. And so that is how we end up with, you know, these pretty colors that determine, you know, the foliage, wind stuff. All custom modules. Ooh, very cool. So, I hope that you enjoyed today's video. I hope that you learned something new. We obviously didn't cover every use case of custom modules because it's literally infinite possibilities. It's up to you as the implementationer to, you know, use these tools in whatever way you see fit. But hopefully knowing how to create and implement custom Niagara logic, you know, gives you the tools to unleash your creativity. And you saw that with our examples today, we can just think up some random bullshit, implement it in a scratch pad, and immediately see the results. And tweak it from there, parameterize it, and then reuse it across multiple different emitters and whatnot. So, hopefully that's enough to get you started. This video will be very important for an upcoming video where we're going to talk about Niagara Grid 2D, which is what all of these, you know, fluid simulations and render target stuff is written using. So, if they're... So... So, I hope you're looking forward to that one, because it can definitely unlock a lot of possibilities for, you know, game projects and art projects and all that kind of stuff. You know, you've got fluid sims, you've got fog of war mechanics can be done through render targets and grid 2D. So this will all be very important to know before going into that video and going any further. So hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure that you liked and subscribed. Big shout out to all the patrons who support this channel monetarily. If you want to also join the Patreon, if you also want to become a Patreon member or a patron, you can do so in the link in the description for as little as $1 per month. So thanks once again to all the patrons, and also to all the people that watch me live on YouTube and Twitch. I stream most days of the week. I'm actually filming this video live right now. So everyone say hello. You guys aren't actually on stream. You guys aren't actually on screen, so like no one can hear you. But anyway, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. All right, stop recording. All right, cool. I'm still streaming, by the way. Don't go anywhere. All right. Let me catch up on the chat. When did I start filming the video? You guys have sky spheres? Yeah. We're talking about substance. We were talking about texturing in Blender. Blender sculpting. Blender sculpting is very solid at the moment. Oh, you know what I didn't actually know? You know what I do have to sneak into the video? Is just the stupid fluid sim bullshit that I've been working on. What's the point of making like funny material stuff if you don't even put it in a video as a teaser for an upcoming video, you know? Yo, Endless Nerd, thank you very much for the follow. Also, Muhammad, thank you very much for the follow. And Hitlg, thank you very much for your follow. Very appreciated. I will catch up on chat in half a second. I just need to film one extra bit for the video. Let me just make this big boy. 128 by 128? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait, no, we get the weird glitching when we do that. Let's also get... We've got the Schwinger, we've got the Vortex, yeah. Alright, start recording. Another place that I use a bunch of custom modules in Niagara is doing fluid simulation. So we've got a nice 3D fluid sim I've been working on lately, because I'm doing a really stupid like weather and climate system, and so this is the basis of that. This is using Niagara Grid 3D as its framework, and we will, in an upcoming video, show exactly how you guys can create something exactly like this using Niagara custom modules. So hope you're looking forward to that one as well. It's very mesmerizing to look at. Can I get the pew pew going? Pew. Ooh, nice. All right, stop recording. There we go. All right. Let's continue catching up on the stuff. And we'll just look at this while we do. Alright, Charlie De Niro in the house, cool. Don't think that's speed over by default, you'd have to get vector length first, length of velocity. Yeah. I'm glad I tried to do that, because it kind of showcases one of the most annoying things about only using the vanilla modules, is that you've got to like do all the nested variable operator bullshit, where it's just so much easier to write a Scratch module to do that. Could use this field trace node in Niagara to change color based on mesh proximity or spawn things from vector array. Also fine. Yeah. I'll be going over vectors, like arrays, in the Grid 2D video. Had a problem recently regarding Niagara, something about disappearing particles when occluded by a mesh or object. That would be if you're using GPU particles and they're set to collide against the depth buffer. So from like the camera's perspective, you can get, you know, the world position and whatnot. And you can actually compare that against a particle's position and calculate whether it, you know, is colliding. But it has the downside of once it goes behind the depth pass, once it's occluded, it has no idea what to do. So it just gets rid of it for safety's sake. If you want to have GPU particle collisions, it's usually a better idea to use distance field collision. You can check out my Niagara collisions video to see what all of the collision types are and how they work and what the drawbacks and stuff are. Mohammed, what type of game you're working on? I'm working on a world simulation adventure game where we kind of simulate an entire fantasy world, and we just plop you in the, you know, in the thick of it, and then shit happens, and you probably end up dying, and have a good time along the way, you know. Just know the most important person in the chat. We have randomness at home. That's right, that sine wave bullshit is just, yeah. Why floats go into color values, the blue pins are color, aren't they? Yeah, right. So in Niagara, everything is a wild card. And the wild card, it's called Niagara numeric. So this can be any, you know, it can be a float, it can be a vector, it can be a vector 4, it can be an integer, whatever. Sometimes the nodes bug out, where, you know, I can be like, okay, this is a float, convert numeric to float, and this one is a vector, this one, but then this one will stay blue, even though it is a vector coming out this side. But this would be perfectly valid. It's just that it doesn't update this output for some reason. So, like, this would be fine. Successfully completed, blah, blah, blah. But you can see here, sometimes it updates the color here, and it's also updated there, but it doesn't update the color of the node, which is a bit confusing sometimes, but yeah. It can be a pain in the ass to debug some... Like, sometimes you'll have an error that's like, oh, arithmetic error between float 4 and float 3, or vector 4 and vector 3. But you don't actually know where it's occurring, because, you know, because the fucking nodes don't update the color sometimes. Sometimes it can depend on if you attach it from this side to that side, or from this side to that side. It's just, yeah, it's a bit fucked up. Can I borrow your brain, please? Yeah? Yeah? I don't use it for most of the day. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what a brain is. How much performance are we talking about if you could guess a number? Do you mean if you computed stuff on the emitter and then sent it to the particles? It would depend on how many particles you had. So if you had 1 million particles and then you were doing 10 operations that were identical between all of the particles, that would be like 10 million operations that you could save by just computing it at the emitter stage and then having them read from the emitter. Would it be good to do this all the time with all emitters to increase performance, though? Seems like a good idea or something. Where you can do it, yes. But, for example, let's say, like, we had the player character, and they had some effect coming off of them, right? And I don't know, let's just say we had a bunch of logic to determine what direction the particles should go in. Rather than... Let's say there's like I don't know, some magic effect where we've got like 1 million particles coming off the character and going to another character. Like a life transfer particle effect or some shit. Instead of for each particle determining their, you know, direction, you could just do that on the emitter, because it's going to be the same for all particles at all times. They're going to go to that guy. And so, rather than, you know, calculating, oh, this particle needs to go to that guy, and sending it there, and this particle needs to go to that guy, and send it there, you could just do it based on the emitter's position, the target position, and give it a direction, and then the particles can just read that direction rather than computing it. Like I said, if you already know that it's something you're going to reuse for all particles, is something relative to amount of particles spawned, what happens in emitter stage, anyway, why not do it there? Yeah, exactly. It's like in a blueprint function, right? If you're going to calculate one variable and then do a giant loop where you then, you know, instead of computing that variable every single time for every entry of the loop, you could just do it once, save it as a local variable, and then do your loop using that local variable value wherever you needed to use it. Which would save a lot of computation, especially when you're doing giant iterations of stuff. You really want to cache as many values that are going to be the same, rather than computing them every time. Randomness is compound sine wave at home. True. Slacker, how's it going? Everything's going good. I'm currently just filming some videos. Oh yeah, true. Sorry, I forgot the chats. You know, I can put them up here while we're not doing much. It's just that I've got my computer running, instead of being full screen or widescreen, I've got it in like pleb monitor mode, where it's just like, you know, square. So if I have the chats up, then yeah. So the weather system says the particles go that way. I wouldn't have thought at least not at first. I assume you'd get the direction vector from the level, applying it to the emitter. Yeah, you could, let's say you've just got like a global, what's it called? A global wind direction. You could grab that from a, what are they called? Niagara parameter collection. Blah, blah, blah. You know, I've got NPC particle Prismatica shit, or the, you know, wind direction, wind intensity, whatever. I think even in that case, it might be better to get that value at the emitter stage and cache it, because I don't actually know the overhead of looking up from Niagara parameter collection, or a material parameter collection. Because yeah, if the cost of accessing those variables is like more than just getting, you know, a single variable from the emitter, then it would be worth to be like, okay, emitter update, you know, write a scratch pad, source, parameter, what's it called? NPC? No. Oh, I guess it would be input. Just a fucking, I don't know, a vector. Wind vector. Chuck that in here. This would be called wind vector, but it would be at the emitter stage. So we then have the wind vector. We could set that on emitter update to get it from the param collection. Although I'd have to actually expose that. So, oh, you know, I probably shouldn't do this in my fluid sim thing. I thought I was in one of the ones I was dicking with earlier. But yeah, you could set it from here to the emitter and then access it in the particles without needing to access it every single time. Has feasibility to create 3D grid clouds using Niagara? It depends, right? So like, so this fluid sim here, I can like, let's just, you know, if we're looking at this dude here, there's like a really shitty, let me just go to this mode. This is like a really shitty representation using a masked, dithered material. It's pretty trash. We could up the contrast of it, or, you know, this guy. But you can see this is like a pretty coarse simulation. But we can add extra noise to it using, you know, volume textures or something. So if you were just doing it to, like, figure out the... let me just... Maybe this does need more contrast. Oh, pardon me. Oh, there we go. So yeah, if we wanted to add more detail, we could like noise it up a bit using textures. And now you can see, you know, it's way noisier and or maybe cloudier. And, you know, we could add flow maps to this and that kind of bullshit. I just can't be bothered doing that right now. But, yeah, you could use a Grid 3D for essentially just the overall shape of the clouds and then make them a bit more cloudy using, you know, volume, noise, textures. Let me just make this go a bit slower. A bit more chill. Let's say 100. And then way less vorticity. So yeah, this is like pretty smooth now. Also, if you just forget it, let me just do it in unlit mode. It's probably easier to see shit. But you can see I've got these panning noise textures running through it. Which are panning way too fast. Let me just like, I don't know, time multiply by like tiny baby number. And then I'll make these textures tile bigger. Maybe an order of magnitude bigger. Okay, maybe not that much. Maybe 1 million. Okay, you know what? That's I think that's like getting angry because of floating point errors, maybe. But yeah, you can see now, yeah, we're like noising up the texture using some noise, basically. So you could do that with your clouds for sure, where you just use this to drive the overall simulation. If we just add 0 here, then you'll see that it's just completely smooth. But then by doing this, actually it would be this multiplied by 2, right? And then add that, and that would be it. So yeah, you basically use a height lerp. And now it's, I guess with higher contrast, it would be a bit better. But yeah, we're just like adding edge detail. We're edging. And then once we get our vorticity back in, now it's just going a bit nuts. So we do a little YOLO. So yeah, definitely you could use it for some cool shit. All right, we need to film another video about Niagara Grid 2D. This one's gonna be a fucking nightmare. Let me just tell this to chill a bit. Just to Bing chill. Just to Bing chill. Where is my dude? Oh, all right. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. Really, as a game developer would already have to have a firm idea of the low cost of one versus the other. Situation one might be easy to grab everything, another would be easy to calculate on the object itself. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's kind of, not everyone can know everything. That's kind of why I make videos. Even though, like, I barely know anything, like, in the grand scheme of things, there are some things that I do know, or that I do figure out. And so, I like to share that, so that other people don't have to learn the hard way. Using a driver procedural flow map, use as a thought high value VT. Yeah, exactly. Well, Niagara to invest some time looking to make clouds using 3D grid. Hell yeah. It should be pretty... It's very similar to Grid 2D. I mean, yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'll have a general overview of Grid 2D, so how to set up a Grid 2D, how to draw that to a render target, how to iterate over it, or how to, like, give it an input. Like the usual way of sending in location data or something to it. And then, yeah, how to, like, I guess how to position it in world space. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I probably should do that. Otherwise, what's the point of it? Using lightsaber, I have raw good experience making learn on Unreal much faster than a lot of tools. Yeah, it is pretty, there is a lot in Unreal Engine. Like, a lot. Which is... It can be pretty daunting. But at the same time, it's like... you don't have to learn... You don't have to learn how to create a compute compute shaders from scratch, you know. You can just use Niagara Particles and stuff. Multicolor cloud swirling. I knew the same as when painting. My mum left me when she died 2 Christmases ago. That's very sad. I'm sorry to hear that. But I mean, hey, it must have been an absolute banger painting. We love edging. Yikes. I got some courses on Udemy and Skillshare. True. True. Don't really have a dedicated timeline on my game. I feel like long term will make development go much faster because I won't have to look up as much. Yeah, I think it's also... it kind of depends on how you operate. I find that, like, putting too much pressure on myself just causes me to, like, die, you know? I like to sort of follow my nose when it comes to game dev, which is why, like, this ended up happening, you know? I was just sniffing around, and I was like, yeah, you know, climate and weather, worldwide climate and weather simulation for video games. That smells nice. And so I just did that for a bit. And it feels good. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to look at it, Jack. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, everyone has their own way of working and getting things done. I guess it's just about finding out what works for, you know, any particular person. All right, let's open up our test level again. Our little particle land. And get onto the grid 2D stuff. Meta Galaxy scene 700 megabyte over budget, created Texture Cube. Now only 6 megabytes. Ah, right. So you had, like, the galaxy all made up of objects and stuff. Or, like, different texture-y thingos, but then you just kind of baked it into one guy. Where's the center of the world? Oh, God. Here's this. Where's our cube? What the oh, wait, there's... Okay, you know what? I give up. Give me the dude. Okay, it's over here. Nice. Since the player won't ever go around them or near them, I just created a texture cube of all those. Yeah. Nice. How'd you get that edge highlight on your sky sphere clouds? Basically, whatever mask I was using to drive the clouds, I got that mask, but then, like, offset it by a tiny amount, and then masked it based on, I don't know, some dot product from camera position to the sun angle, and just lerped between the edging and the non-edging, I guess. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm too dumb. This is this is our render target test. Okay, maybe I'll get rid of these. They're a bit distracting. But I think the floaty boys I'll keep in there just for a laugh. There we go. Give me the floaty boy. Oh, I had it. Hold on. Fuck. Come here. Cool. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to film the next video. BRB. I just ate a single corn chip. Just one. I need to have nachos later. I need the nachos. Alrighty, Grid 2Ds. Grid 2Ds. How the fuck do I want to do this? How do I want to explain it? I think what we'll do is we will have some balls that will input their position into the Grid 2D. Then we draw those positions each frame, and it fades out over time. Maybe we put the velocity in there as well. Maybe a vector field. And then we can show how we can use that to, like, make some grass bend out of the way or some shit. Just some very basic stuff. And then in the video, the next one, we use that same input system and velocities, but put that into a fluid simulation as the input for the extra stuff into a fluid sim. Can I grab these guys again? Yeah, I want to put them, like, here. Alright. Let's do a new folder called Grid 2D Video. It can't have a space. Dank. Dankus. Memus. Alright. Fuck. Okay, beautiful. Hello and welcome to another Prismatica Dev video. Today we're going to be talking about Niagara Grid 2D, which is the 2D version of Grid 3D. Look, you're probably confused as to what Grid 2D even is, but it is. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start again. Let me just. I need some water. All right. Stop that recording. Hello and welcome back to another Unreal Engine tutorial video in the Niagara Particles series. Today we're going to be talking about Grid 2D. What is Grid 2D? Well, I think it's probably a good idea. Let's just go Prismatica. So, Grid 2D. So Grid 2D is the system that I use within Unreal Engine, within Niagara Particles, to do a bunch of things related to render targets, which are essentially just like textures, but they're alive. They're like living textures. You can edit them at runtime. They're constantly changing, but in a material, you know, they don't really care. They're just looking it up as a texture like they usually would. And so I use it for things like this little wind. Let me go to some grass first. I use it for things like this wind simulation and for... Let me go down here. Let me go water. And for things like water ripples that propagate, you know, outwards and can bounce off things, all that kind of stuff. But they can be used for much more simple things as well, like, you know, fog of war systems, just like general proximity-based trailing effects. And so today, I'm going to show you how to set up a Grid 2D simulation system, and hopefully that will be enough to get you started and give you the tools to be able to make basically whatever you want. So this is going to be a very foundational video, and then after this video, we're going to talk more about fluid simulation and fluid dynamics, all that kind of like cool VFX stuff. But for now, I think what we'll do is we'll just have some balls rolling around, and they're just going to be drawing some nice little circles to a texture, and then those trails are going to fade out over time. So a pretty simple system, but you got to start somewhere. So where's the damn content? ZDump. Niagara videos, Grid 2D video. Oh wait, it's in this level. Okay. So, to start off, we first need to create a render target, which is a type of texture. Texture, render target. This isn't going to be a volume render target, which is a 3-dimensional version of a render target. This is going to be a classic little 2D render target. We're going to call this the Grid 2D Video RT. And we're just going to go into this. Oh, where are you, you little shitlord? Where's your fucking... There you are. So we're just going to double click on this, and you can see we've got things like the size of the texture, the format of the texture, some other stuff, the clear color and whatever. We're just going to ignore all of that because we're going to actually be setting that in the Niagara system. So the next thing we want to do is create a new Niagara system. I'm going to do an empty Niagara system because I think there might be Grid 2D examples if you have like the example content, or if you've enabled. Oh, actually, okay, that's the other thing. All right. So the first thing we need to do before we get started using Grid 2D is we need to go to Edit. We need to go to Plugins, and we need to go Niagara. Well, Niagara needs to be enabled, obviously. But we do need to enable Niagara Fluids. Now, I don't know if this is still a requirement, but there are a few like helper functions in Grid 2D, which for some reason they've put inside Niagara Fluids instead of just being its own thing. So just enable this for safety's sake, but that may change in the future. You may not need that as a prerequisite. So we're going to go to New Niagara System. We're going to go completely empty system, just behind my head down here. New system. We're going to call this Grid 2D Video System. And then we're going to double click on this Niagara system, and you will see it is, well, completely empty. So we're just going to do a new emitter, and we're going to do a minimal Niagara emitter, and we can name this if we want, but I forget. Okay, there we go. This is called Grid 2D Video Thing. Call it whatever you want. I don't really care. And then in the sim target, this needs to be a GPU compute sim, because we're going to be iterating over hundreds of thousands of cells, potentially, and you really don't want to do that on the CPU. I think you actually can't use Grid 2D as a CPU sim, so it'll have to be GPU compute sim regardless. All right. We're also getting this error saying missing fixed bounds, so we just need to... Where are you? We just need to go calculate bounds, fixed. It doesn't actually matter what the bounds are, because this is going to be running regardless of whether you can see it or not. It doesn't really care. Right. The first thing we're going to be doing is we go... Shut up, Parker, you fuck. This isn't Houdini. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we're going to go to parameters. We're going to go user exposed, and we're going to set a texture render target. Now, this is our, I guess, just texture render target. And first thing, and this is kind of hard to explain. And so this is going to be a reference to the texture asset that we're going to be writing to. However, we need to set that on, I guess, like begin play, which in a Niagara particle system is emitter spawn. And we're going to set that as an emitter variable. And this variable is going to be a texture render target. No, fuck, which one is it? Yeah, texture render target. You know what, actually, let me just fucking double check. Let me just double check that. Can I just grab... It's really fucky. The one... So it is texture render target. And then the one we set it as is... Render target... Oh, no. Let me go to 2D. Let me go to... Content, all plugins, Pscape, this guy. Okay, so we have our user parameters. Oh god. God, this bugs out because it's so big. So big. Render target is set render target 2D as texture render target. Okay. So we're going to create an emitter attribute called So we need to set an emitter attribute called texture render target. Okay, no, render target 2D. Here it is. Render target 2D. We'll just call it render target 2D. I don't know. Whatever. So we need to drag this into emitter spawn, and we're going to set render target 2D as our user texture render target parameter. It's a little bit confusing, but just trust. So this is what's actually going to be referenced throughout our particle system or our grid system. And this is kind of the input, you know, which one does it want to use to do its thing. Now, how do I fucking put this? Right. So then next we want to go here. We want to go set render. No, set. Okay, hold on. So next thing we want to do is another emitter attribute. We're going to look up grid 2D collection. We're just going to call this grid 2D collection. And we're also going to set that up here. Now, render target user parameter could be texture render target. And this is just going to basically set... How do I just don't know how to explain this properly. It's so dumb. There's just so much like faffing, you know? Because up here, we're setting the grid and just overriding that because there used to be a bug. And then here, we're doing that. and then setting the resolution, WinGrid resolution, blah, blah, blah. Technically, I don't have to do this. I can just do grid 2D set resolution. Better fapping than fapping? You're not wrong. Probably don't want to do that on Twitch. You know, let me just start this section again. I think I'll just do it, but I'll actually rename the variables to proper thingos. Oh, maybe I should talk about what a grid 2D actually is first. Ow, my eyes. So, you may be wondering, what is a grid 2D? What's a grid 2D collection? How does it work? What is it? Well, if you think about it, imagine you had, I don't know, 512 by 512 particles. And all of those particles were just sitting, you know, in a grid shape. And they weren't moving anywhere. So their location was fixed. And what we're doing with Niagara is essentially just iterating over these particles, aka grid cells, one by one, and telling them to do something. Now, we can access our neighboring grid cells by referencing, you know, the past version of our grid setup, or the buffer, or I think they call it the previous value. And so we can use that to, you know, do things like transfer this particle's color to the next particle, and this one to that one, and create the illusion of movement, aka fluid simulations. We can also do things like, given a position in UV space, so let's say we had a ball right here, we can be like, okay, let's get the distance to this point, and, you know, basically draw a circle. So each grid cell would be asking, hey, how far away am I from this point? Is that enough for me to be colored in? No. So it will just remain black. We go over all of them, and at the end, we end up with, you know, a circle drawn on our texture. So in practice, how do we actually implement a grid 2D? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our user exposed variables. We're going to grab a texture render target. This is kind of the base class of render target. So this could be a 2D or a 3D render target. It doesn't actually care. And we're going to call this our render target. Then in emitter attributes, we're going to do a render target 2D, which is the kind of sub or child class of texture render target that deals with 2D render targets. So we're going to call this our RT 2D for now. And then on emitter spawn, or begin play of our particle system, we are going to set our render target 2D as our render target input parameter. Now, these size values we can just leave at 0 because we're going to be setting the values afterwards anyway. The next thing we need to do is in emitter attributes, we need to do a grid 2D collection. We're going to call this our grid 2D. It's our grid. It's not my grid. It's our grid. And there used to be a bug, and I think we'll do it here anyway, where you need to set your grid 2D and override the buffer format. I like this to be a half float just to save a bit of memory. So that's a 16-bit. But essentially, this is kind of just like initializing it in a funny little way. Then what we're going to do is on emitter spawn, we're going to go grid 2D. You might have to enable library only off. We're going to go grid 2D. Set resolution. And we're going to set this grid 2D as our grid 2D. And then the number of cells, I don't know, 250, let's go 512 by 512. Nice and juicy. And then after that, we're going to go init RT. Oh, sorry. And then after that, in emitter spawn as well, we're going to go init RT, grid 2D, init RT. So the grid is going to be this guy, and the sim RT is going to be our render target 2D. And this will essentially set this render target to be the same, parameters as our grid 2D. So the same resolution and all that kind of stuff. So, let's just see if this worked. We're going to look at our grid, our render target, sorry, and you'll see that it's 256 by 256, which isn't what we want, but as soon as we put this in the world and it starts running, we can see that it's still no different, because I've probably fucked something up. There we go, set number. No, you piece of shit. Okay, well, let me just fucking piece of shit, garbage, fucking piece of shit, stupid fucking buggy ass system never does what I freaking want it to. That's the grid set resolution. Let me actually just look at the new one. This... Wait, where are you? Here we go. What am I doing in here? This is 3D, but, So the order is set render target as texture render target. Oh, so you're setting the size here. But that can't be thingoed. Oh no, that's fake shit. So set render target volume, set the emitter as texture render target, and then set resolution of the grid, and then initialize render target. That's it. That's the thing. That's the order. This one, that one. Set render target volume here. I guess here it's overriding the format. And then here. You don't need that. Because that would just initialize the grid 3D based on this guy's parameters. Which I don't actually need. Let me just chuck this in the world to make sure. So that's 86 by 86 by 86. If I undo that, and then change the thing, cells per row, to, I don't know, 128, and that does change it. Okay. So grid 3D set resolution, cells per row, so blah, 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 blah. And then initialize render target, set render target. And there's the grid, and it's just going to use its... So why is it not working for the other one? Oh, you know why it is? I'm actually dumb as fuck. I remember now. It's because we didn't actually set the default the default thing. So now if we look at it, it's 512, 512, and RGBA 16. Okay. Alright, back to the recording. So, lastly, and maybe the most importantly thing, is we want to set our default value for our render target value to be our Grid 2D video render target, whatever. So now it knows it's referencing, you know, this render target asset. Then we're setting the grid resolution of our particle simulation, our grid simulation. And then we're initializing the render target based on the resolution that we just set earlier. Now, these resolution parameters can be, well, parameters. So we could have a user exposed param called, we'll just look for an integer, resolution or grid resolution. And we could, you know, we could set this at runtime. We could set this, you know, on different actors and whatever. So we can just chuck that into there. For the time being, I've set this to be 512. And that might come in handy as a variable later on. So, there we go. Alright, if we look at our render target, you can see that it's completely blank, but it is 512 by 512. Now, this is just a good way to check that it's all hooked in together. And so if I go to the Grid 2D again, and I change this grid resolution value, then you can see that this automatically updated to our new value, given that we've actually got our particle system in the world and running. Yeah. Okay, so what on earth? Wait, where the fuck are my widget? There they are. I'll just put that there. Okay, so what on earth are we actually going to do with this knowledge? I think the best first step is to create a debug material. So Grid 2D video debug material, and we're going to chuck that on this plane. And what we will do is just grab a texture sample, just hold T and press down. And we're going to look for our video render target. And we'll just chuck the RGB into the base color. And maybe the emissive as well, just for a bit of spice. Set metallic and specular to 0. Set roughness to 1. Save. And we should see that, yes, we have a black plane right here. Let's set this up to 512. So, So, how do we get our simulation, whatever it may be, and draw that to the render target? First of all, we can delete sprite renderer. That can fuck right off. What we want to do is we want to use a custom stage. So all of our Grid 2D, you know, logic and whatever are going to be written in custom stages. So we're just going to click this. We're going to go generic simulation stage. We are going to go to iteration source as data interface. And then you can see this one down here appeared. We're going to go data interface, and we're going to go our Grid 2D. So this is now saying in this this stage, it's going to iterate over every pixel or every cell in our grid. Now we can change the name of this. We're going to call this draw to RT, draw to render target. and we're going to add a new module to this group, and we will use a scratch pad to set this all up, and we're going to call this draw to RT. So, what do we need to get into this module? Well, firstly, we need our grid 2D collection. This is our grid 2D. And for the majority of things in our grid system update, we're going to be using a function called execution index to grid index. There's also one called execution index to unit. But essentially what this is doing is it's saying for the current particle, so it's just saying for our current grid system, we are iterating over every particle. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You get the point. And it's going to iterate through these one by one. And this is just going to tell us the coordinates of, you know, whatever particle or whatever cell we're iterating on. And this one is going to give it to us as like a UV coordinate. So this one is 0, 0. This one is 0, 1. But if we go down to 7, this one's going to be 1, 0. And this will be 2, 0. This one here would be 1, 1. You get the point. And the unit is going to be a normalized 0 to 1 range. I'll draw this in yellow or some shit. 0, 1, 1. And so, you know, this point here, number 11, is going to be like 0.6 in the X direction and 0.5 in the Y direction. So that's just the UV coordinates. So both of those functions are super handy, and we will be using both of them very soonly. Alright, so let's get another input called texture render target. Bam. And we are going to set... No, that's the wrong... What's the fucking thing called? Alright, we're going to grab a... Jesus Christ. We are going to grab a new one called render target 2D. And we can grab a function off of this called set render target value. You can see it's got an index X and index Y. So this is asking us... what color do you want pixel 0, 0 to be? Oh, I want it to be this color. Or I want it to be this color. And then index 1, 0, what color do I want it to be? I want it to be this color. Most of the time, we're just going to plug this straight into here. And we're going to be getting a value from our system and putting that in as the color. For the time being, we can just grab this index to unit value. I'm just going to yeet that into there. And you can see the nice Niagara converter nodes, you know, RGBA, whatever. I'm just going to... yeah, fuck it, whatever. So we're essentially just going to have like a UV coordinate in our render target value. So if we hit save, we go to here, you can see it's done nothing. And that's because we actually need to set the inputs to this stage here. So our grid 2D, we're going to look for our grid 2D, and render target 2D, we're going to look for our 2D RT. And so now we have the right inputs going into this iteration. So now if we go here, you can see we have a UV coordinate. Very cool. Another good test, just to make sure that it's working, is to just get a make linear color. and do random float with a max of 1. Get 3 of them and just yeet them into the RGB. Hit apply, and then you can see we just have this noise pattern, which is probably going to destroy the compression of this video for a second, but that's just another good way to determine whether this is actually updating or not. Okay, so we're successfully drawing to a render target. You can also see this in-game, you know, it's looks fucking terrifying, but it is updating in real time. And let's just set it back to do this. It's a bit nicer to look at. Cool. Okay, so we're successfully drawing to our render target. Now we have to actually make it do some shit. You know, what's the point of all this? What are we getting at? So, what we are going to do is we're going to take in some location values, and we're going to draw little circles around those locations. So, firstly, we will need a user parameter, and this is one of the main things I like about Niagara versus materials, is that we have access to arrays. We can use arrays of variables and iterate through arrays so that we don't have to do like 100 different parameters just in case we have 100 different, you know, locations that we want to draw to a render target. Or if we were doing like a fog of war system, or we wanted to have like, you know, everything to be black, but we draw a cleared radius around, you know, units or something, we don't have to have like either a post-process that has up to 50, you know, like radius calculations going on, even if there's only one unit on screen. We can just dynamically size an array and just compute it per doodad. So let's use a vector 4 array, and we're going to call this location and radius. Or it should be locations and radii, but location and radius. And then we need to... how do I want to do this part? Because this is at world 0. And it is 4 by 4 by 1, I guess, yeah. Do I want to, like, go... I kind of want to, like, get to the juicy shit and then fix it up so that it's actually in the correct position. How big is the plane to begin with? 100 by 100. So that means that our size in world space is 400 by 400. We could cheat and do 5.12. So that it's 1 pixel per unit. I think that's what we'll start with, yeah. So, we're gonna cheat a little bit, which is naughty, but for the sake of getting to the juicy stuff, we are going to make sure that our debug material is at world origin, location 00, and that the scale is set to whatever our pixels are, or, you know, our pixel resolution. So 5.12 by 5.12 means that at a 512 by 512 resolution, our pixels are going to be 1 pixel per centimeter or 1 pixel per Unreal unit. We will later on go through and actually make it so that this, you know, it can be in any location, it can be any size and any resolution, but just for the sake of getting something happening, we're going to do this. Let me just make this a bit bigger. All right. All right, let's create a new stage. This stage is also going to be a generic simulation stage. You'll have to get used to doing all this stuff because you do a lot of stages and staging in, you know, these grid simulations. We're going to call this draw grid input balls. And again, our iteration source is going to be data interface. The data interface is our grid 2D system. Then we're going to make a new scratchpad. New scratchpad module. This is called draw balls. Cool. All right. Firstly, we need our grid 2D collection. We need to get our execution index to unit. Then we're going to get our vector4 array here. We're going to get the length of this array. And we're going to do a function called, what's it called? Map4. Parameter map4. So this is like an iterative map, an iterative setter. We're going to chuck that into there. We're going to iterate however many parameters are in our array. And we're going to be setting a local variable called, I guess this will be a linear color. This is called our temp balls value. So essentially we're going to iterate however many balls we have. We're going to get their locations. We're going to draw all of the balls and add them all together. And then after that, we're going to get the linear color temp balls value, which is change namespace to local. Temp balls value, temp balls value. And then we're going to set that as our balls value. Now we can put this into stack context, which is essentially just, you'll be able to get it later on. You don't have to set it to, you know, particle or, you know, emitter or system or whatever. It just figures out what to do with it. It's pretty safe. And now we need to calculate our balls. So, with our iteration source, we want to get the iteration, what's it called? Index. The fuck is it called? Parameter map for current index. And we're going to get the value from this array based on what is the current index. And then we're going to get the location from here. So we'll do like a little convert. So we're going to get this vector4 value. And we are going to break that into a vector. And a float. Or actually, you know what? We'll... Yeah, no, we'll do it 3 vector. So we're going to get X... Oh, fuck. We're going to get X, Y, Z. We're going to get W into the... We're going to call this radius. Sweet. This is our location. And then we need to compare the unit, so our position on the UV space, but first we need to remap it because our plane is at world origin. So we're going to subtract, oh my god, fuck off. We are going to subtract 0.5. So that's just going to make it so that if we look at our plane, if our plane was here, then 0, 0 to 1 and 0 to 1, that would match up exactly with, world location 0 to, world location 0 to world location 512, and then the other way as well. But because this is in the center, we're just going to apply an offset. Bam. Then we're just going to get the location. We'll just do it as a 2D. Can I break that into a 2D? Ah, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. Alright. Then we're just going to get distance. That's not... Oh my god. I want to die. Let's just go... another converter. Or... fuck it. You know what? Let's just get a vector 2D here. We're going to get X and Y into this vector 2D value, which is just our location XY. And then we'll just have another float called... but I want to... Alright, hold on. Trying to think how to... the best way to do this. You know what? Let's just go back. Kill that one. Whatever. We're just going to convert our 3D vector into a 2D vector. So we're just going to grab the XY and do that. So then we're going to subtract the position from this position and get the length of that. So this is going to say... let's just save that as grid stuff, lamau. So this is just saying with our UV space, we have something at this location, our ball, and we're going to iterate over every pixel and ask them, how far away are you from this guy? And so this one will return, I don't know, 100 or something, and the ones really close to it will return 0 or close to 0. All right. So then what we want to do is divide that by some number so that our 0 to 1 gradient is some length. That's going to be our radius value. And then we are going to 1 minus the result. Whoop. There we go. And then we need to just saturate it, I guess. Saturate, float. That will just go into our temp balls value for now. Alright, I need to stop recording for a sec. I need to drink some water. Hope the juice is on the way, getting late. This one's going to be a doozy. This is going to be a big video. For very little effect. Also, this is going to be location in world space. So I probably should be using the int resolution, blah, blah, blah. Let's just do this 0.5, 0.5. We'll get our grid. And we will get our, well, our vector 408 doesn't actually matter. Is this, well, we're not actually drawing it. So what was that called? Balls value. Draw balls value to here. Yeah, I think I need to, I think this needs to be the other way around, because I'm just dumb. Execution unit to index, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this won't be iterating any amount. Iteration count 1. Interesting. Right, the radius is 0. Right, this is radius. Oh, God. Okay, no, so I was right. It is this way around. What the fuck? Is it because of this? This should be add 0.5. Oh, no, because this is... Oh my god, I want to fucking die. I might just redo this. You know what? Let me just... Fuck my ass. Alright. Let's figure this out properly first. Instead of just winging it like we usually do. You know what, let me just check how I do it in Pscape. With the capsules. Now, what are they called? Bubbles. Bubbles. These are the simplest ones. It is bubble location and radii. Get the length of it. Cool. The pixel location world space, which I pre-compute, which is probably smart. And the grid location. Yeah, so it's mainly just grid location world space, which is grid res. So this is grid index. Then the location is the center point. You know, I can just yeet all of this into a new dude. Like this. And get rid of... Like this. And get rid of the RVTs. RVTs nuts. And the RVT here. Grid size, world space, grid resolution, pixels, grid location, world space. And then the grid itself and this current index. Blah, 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 blah. Perfect. And then all I need to do is just pretend that I did that all off the top of my head. Easy. I mean, it kind of is. but kind of not. Ugh, let me stretch. Ow. What time is it? Oh, it's only 1 o'clock. It's only 1 of the clock. There is only 1 clock. I think I'll go for another hour or two. I think I'll finish this video tonight. I think I can. I think I can. Okay. Hello, lady cat. Hey, do you want to come cuddle? You just chilling? Nice and comfy? There's a cat. There is a cat. All right, let's continue. I'll do this whole thing again, including these variables. How does this usually start? With a map set and a map get? Okay. Alrighty-o. We have our module, and it's called Draw Balls, or Draw Balls Input. It's probably a better way. Let's get our grid 2D collection. We're also going to get our location world space 2D. So we're just going to get a vector 2D. This is called grid location world space. We're also going to get our grid resolution, which is an integer. So grid resolution. And we're also going to get our grid... Sorry, we're also going to get our... I guess a float value for our grid size world space. So, what we need to do first is figure out where the hell we are in world space relative to our grid. So first thing we're going to do is get our execution index to grid index. So we're essentially going to be asking where is pixel 00 in world space and where is pixel 128, 234 in world space. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to get our grid resolution divided by 2. And we're going to subtract that from each of these dudes. Subtract it from them? Yeah. So this is essentially if we are saying that our grid's location is in the center of the grid rather than up in the corner, we need to offset, our UV coordinates by half of our resolution so that 00 is in the center. Where the fuck did all my shit go? Here it is. Okay. So we're then going to make these into a 2D vector. Make vector 2D. And then size divided by resolution. Then we're going to get the size in world space. So how many units in world space is our simulation? And we're going to divide that by the resolution. I'm just copying my homework. Right. So then with this scaling value, we are going to multiply the current, you know, UV coordinate thingo by this value, and then we subtract that from our location in world space. All right, and then I'm going to clean this up a little bit. And then this is our location world space, or pixel location in world space. Pixel location world space. Pixel location world space, in fact. We could just put this into here. Let's call this the ball's input value. Oh, although that's a... Okay, you know what? Fuck off. Let's just make a new one, a linear color, because that's going to be our output. This is called ball's input value. Fuck it, we'll just call it ball's input. We're going to right-click and change this to stack context. And then let's just put this into there. Apply scratch, compile. It's going to get a bit angry because it doesn't know... Ball's value is red before being set. But you're not even... Right. So if you ever find yourself getting this error, this value was red before being set, you just need to click on in the local modules. Oh, sorry, in the... Where the fuck is it again? Yeah. You just need to click on parameters and look for the stack context ones. We've got the ball's input. And we want to set its default mode to value. And that value will just be 0, 0 by default. Or... Oh, wait, where the fuck? No, that's not even... Yeah, right. Oh, that's one that I made later on, but whatever. So we just want to set that to value, which just means that... Just fuck off for a sec. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just... No, you're not even real. Cannot... Alright, we are getting an error about converting from 2D to 4D. Let's just do a manual conversion. So we're going to convert our 2D vector into a linear color. And we're just going to put XY into RG and also into BA. Why not? And then chuck that into our ball's input value. So, let's just check if we are getting, you know, our location in world space. So, for our draw balls, our grid location in world space is 0, 0. The resolution is, well, we can get our resolution that we were setting up here, grid resolution, and the size in world space, conveniently, is 512 centimeters. Then in our draw to render target, we're going to create a linear color input, and then we are going to set that as our ball's input for debugging. We hit compile, and you can see here... Oh, fuck. You can see here, if this was just the R and the G channel, we've got, you know, the world space. So, how do I even fucking unfuck this? Oh, but is that negative? I think it's flipped the wrong way. Minus that one. He's minus that. I think I'm just too dumb. Oh, unless I rotated it. No, this is correct. This way. Okay. All right, and so if we look at it, you can see that our reddish values are over here, and our green values are over here, and our white values here, where these should be combining. But you can see in world space, it's the wrong way around, essentially. So what we want to do is just switch this around. Silly mistake, it happens. Sometimes you just got to brute force a solution, and that is what we have done here. So we're just going to switch around our subtraction, and that should fix it up. So our red values are pointing this way, green values pointing this way. Where both of them are positive, we have white, and where both of them are negative, we have black. Very good. Now, if we were to, for example, move this over. Let me just double check this real quick. If I was to move this over 100 units, and then I said draw balls, and our location was 100, blah blah blah, then that would be, I see. So wait, where have you fucked up? No, so maybe it, oh, should it be this? No? That's positive X 100. Oh, I'm looking in fucking my other, Jesus Christ. I'm looking in Prismatica. Yeah, no, just go back. Let's go to the balls. So wait, what have I fucking... How have I fucked this up? Should it be these the other way around? Why am I so dumb? Because I was doing it in local space in Prismatica, where X is up. Alright, hold on. I mean, this minus this would give us the correct... No. Incorrect. So that would be... So that's correct dimensions, but the offset is incorrect. Grid location, world space. This guy. Should it just be added then? No. Oh, yeah, no, that is correct. Okay. Fuck. Alright, I need to pee real bad, so I'll BRB. Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I'm really dumb. I wish I could hear him. Sorry, I just said something so prophetic just then. Okay, so to check if all of this works, I've moved our render target 100 units to, in the X direction, and then changed our grid location world space to 100, just to check if, everything's working well. Turns out it isn't, and that's because we actually need to add our position grid location world space to our local position, grid space. So if we just add that, then you can see that, our world origin is still right here in the center. Oop, there it goes. Right here in the center, even though we've moved our grid 100 units, in this direction. Now, obviously, this would be parameterized in some kind of manager that you set up, but CBF. So let's put this back to 0, 0. I'm going to go back to Liddy mode. And then let's also just set our location back to 0. Cool. So, we are now getting our pixel location world space in XY. Now what we need to do is draw our balls. So, we need our vector for array, which is our locations and radii. And we're going to get the length of that array, and we're going to yeet that into a map for, which is like a for loop, for each. So for each entry in the array, we're gonna do some shit and set it in here. Now, one thing, just to save a little bit of juice, just for best practice, we can actually put another set variable here. And we're just going to cache... yeah, no, it does work like that. Doing nested loops and shit. We're just going to set our pixel location us as a local variable, and then we're just going to get it on this side. So that means that our pixel location's only going to get calculated once. So we do all this math only once, and then we start calculating where our balls are. So we can then get our 2D vector, or actually I think we can just look it up from here, which is pixel location world space, local variable. Very cool. And then... And then we are going to... Let's actually just remove this guy. We're going to put him back over here. Vector for array. No, fuck off. We're going to grab our vector for array. And then we're going to get the length here. Oh, fuck off. Then we're going to get the length of that array here. Chuck that into the iteration count. Then we're going to get the index parameter map for current index. And we're going to get from here. So if it's iteration number 0, then we're going to get from here value number 0. If it's iteration number 2, we're going to get number 2 from the array. Alright, so we now have our pixel location world space. We have our ball location here. We'll do a little convert. We're going to convert this vector 4 into a 2D vector and a float and another float. And these are essentially the position XY. This one is the height. And this one here is the radius. Cool. Okay, so next thing we want to ask this grid is, what is the length from the position or the center of the ball to the world location? How far away is each pixel from this ball? So we're going to get this one minus this one. And then we're going to get the resulting length. I think that's the right way around. I don't think it actually matters. Does it matter? No, it should be... It should be fine. Oh, you know what? Let me visualize it real quick. So we've got 0, and we've got 1, or 100. And we have 75. So how far is 75 from 100? It's 25 units away, or negative 25 units away. So 100 minus that is 25, but this minus that is negative 25. So it doesn't matter which way it is. Cool. Hello, Lady Cat. Can you please move? Thank you so much. So, we're getting the difference in position from the pixel location world space and our ball's position. We're then getting the length of that, which is essentially saying how far away from this point is any given location. So these ones are like, 500 units away, but the ones really close to it are 0, and then just around it is 1. So we want to divide this value by the radius of the ball so that that 0 to 1 gradient is whatever our radius is. So we get the length, we divide it by the radius, and then we want to 1 minus the result so that our, the inner part is white and the outer part is black. And then we want to saturate that so we don't have any negative values whatsoever. All right. We're going to create a new variable, which is I guess a linear color value. This is called balls input temp. And I'm just going to chuck this straight into there. So our balls input temp is just going to be a white value. And then on the other side here, once we've drawn all of our balls, we then want to get balls input temp and set that as the balls input, the real value. All right, we're getting an error. That's because we didn't actually hook up our convert node. How foolish of me. X, Y, Z, and W. My bad. Okay. So this should compile. Everything's good. We look at our render target. Nothing's happening. If we just put in some dummy values, so if we just set our iteration count to 1, and we have a location, and we input a make vector 2, location of 0, so the center, and a radius of, 20, then we should get a white ball. Wow. Fantastic. And then if we change our dummy location to, 60 units away, then you can see it's over here. So we've essentially mapped world space to our render target, and the radius, obeys that world space calculation. So, now we need to actually populate our array and send all of these values into the system. This is where things start to get fun. So let's plug our values back in, because we're not going to be using dummies anymore. Radius, blah, blah, blah. Alrighty. Let's start with some balls. Let's make a blueprint class. It's just going to be an actor. This is called our balls. And let's see, how do I want to go about this? Let's just like kind of hard code this. Instead of using a manager for our Niagara Grid fella, we're just going to add it directly to our balls system. It's going to be the root. And then we're just going to add a sphere. This is just a sphere fella. We're going to set simulate physics on. And then in our event graph, every tick, we are going to get our Niagara system. We're going to set array, vector 4 array value. And we have to actually, let's just do get components by class. Oop, get components by class. We're just going to look for static meshes. Whatever. We just YOLO it. You guys can figure out the complexities of it. So we're just going to get all the static meshes attached to this actor. We're going to go for each loop. We're going to hide this in a function as well. Let's... No, you know what? We'll raw dog it. We're going to get component location. Get world location of this scene component. We are going to have a variable. Lady cat, can you please move, please? Thank you. Hey. Do you want to go outside? Alright, let's create a variable which is called our balls input. Input array. And then at the beginning of each tick, let's just clear this. And then we're going to add to this array every loop. We need to... I guess we can split this and just do it like this. So X, Y, Z is our location. And then our radius is just whatever our radius wants to be. Let's just go bloody 30 or something. Maybe 50. Maybe 50. So we've generated our array based on however many spheres there are rolling around. Once we've done that, we want to send that input to the Niagara system. Yeah, no, yeah. And this is called balls location and radius? Or was it just location and radius? I've forgotten. Okay, it's called location and radius. Location and radius. Alright, compile. Let's go back out here. We can get rid of the one that we put in the world and instead put our balls fella in. The balls are quite large. Let's just make them half size. And let's also just make sure that they're gonna... I'm pretty sure they'll collide. So we can do this. Let's get sphere and alt drag to create a new sphere. We'll just create a bunch of spheres. Stack them on each other. Do some funny shit. And if we hit simulate... Well, nothing fucking happens, right? Why is this? I know why nothing's happening. It's because we didn't set... Again, this is another classic Niagara moment. We forgot to set all the variables in our scratch pad. So this is our grid 2D. And the reason I'm not cutting any of this stuff out is because it will happen to you and it will happen a lot. And location and radius. And it's best that, you know, you learn that it's going to happen. So, let's simulate again. Still nothing. Why would this be? Location, XYZ. Clear the array. Add them to the array. Static mesh component on our guy. This Niagara component is our default value set to... Oh, okay. Again, another classic debug moment is we didn't actually assign our video, you know, Grid 2D video system to this Niagara Particle system. Very foolish of me, but again, it's something that I've gone through hundreds of times and probably will go through 100 more times. Let's see if this is working now. Okay, so we have one ball drawing. Why is it just one ball? Well, I guess we will find out. And that would be because in our draw balls function, we're just setting the ball's temp input over and over. We're overriding it each time. What we want to be doing is adding to the previous ball's input temp value and adding the next ball to it rather than overriding it every time. Now we're going to get an angry message saying local balls, draw balls, temp input was read before being set. So once again, we go to our parameters, balls temp input. If it hasn't been set, we're going to set it to value, which is just going to be 0. And that will make it happier. Don't know why that isn't the default. I think it's a bit silly. Now if we hit simulate, we have all of our balls doing bally things. They are all drawing to our render target. And you can see that, you know, it moves along and it's all good. I wish I could grab these individually in... Okay, no, I can. Okay, cool. Alright, so what use is this system? Well, it's pretty fucking useless so far. Why don't we just do this in, you know, a post-process? Or why don't we just do it in, you know, in the material with the material parameter collection? Well, I'm glad you asked. Why is that trash static mesh component? Where the fuck did that come from? Cool. Well, we can just keep adding more and more balls and getting more and more circles on our thing. We don't have to, like, pre-compute a bunch of different, you know, parameter input things for our material. And then if we just have one ball, we're just going to be drawing one circle, which is super handy. But we can go one step further and we can make a new stage, funnily enough. Generic simulation stage. We're going to call this the fade stage. Sick fade, bro. The binding, the iteration source, once again, is a data interface. The data interface is our Grid 2D. And then in sick fade, bro, we are going to do a scratchpad module. We are going to get the ball's input, which was a linear color. And we are going to add that to our Grid 2D get previous float, or sorry, get previous, it's a fucking vector 4 value, isn't it? You dog. Okay, hold my dick, Okay, we're going to go get previous vector 4 value. We're going to call this the current color. Oh, you know what? Let's just call it grid color. Pretty self-explanatory. And we're going to get execution to grid index. Get the previous color, add the ball's input, and set the new grid color. And this will be stack context, which means we're just going to set it back on the grid. Why is this not... Okay. So, our ball's input is going to be ball's input. The grid 2D collection, again, is going to be our grid 2D. So we're essentially just drawing the ball's input to the ball's current value. And then that current value is going to be what we draw to our render target. So let's set our ball's input. Oh, sorry. Let's set the value that we're drawing to the render target to be the grid color. Bam. So what this should do is it should leave trails of all our balls. So they're just trailing, doing their thing, and because we're drawing the input to the current value, then the trails will persist. The next thing we can do is just subtract some value. We're going to do this by delta time so that it's frame independent. Let's just subtract some factor of delta time every frame from the grid color when we set the new grid color. And we probably want to clamp that between some values. Let's just go 1 and 0. So, if we look again, you can see they do their thing, and it will fade out over time based on, you know, what we've specified in our fade out value thinger. One other thing we might want to do is when we're actually drawing our balls, we might want the balls to draw less strongly to the simulation. So let's just go wherever we're getting our balls value. Let's just get that value multiplied by, again, some factor of delta time, which is the frame time. Let's grab delta from here, smack that over here, multiplied by whatever the, you know, the draw strength is going to be per frame, and multiply our ball's color value by that value and add that to, you know, the ball input when we're iterating over all of our balls. So now you can see they draw fading in, but then it's also fading out. So I think our fade in, or our draw strength, obviously needs to be greater than our fade strength in order for, you know, it to actually do its thing. And now you can see we have ball trails. We got some sweet, sweet ball trails. Just trailing around, doing ball things. You know how it is. There we go. They are just chilling. Maybe I should have made a little fence for the balls. All right. God, my brain is fucking scattered. I need nachos so bad. I think I might even leave that one there and start editing it, because I feel like my brain just started fogging up. I feel like I was rambling. I feel like it's a little, like, I know my videos are usually pretty fucking off the cuff, but I might just, like, see in editing if it starts to come together and then just finish it off, you know, whatever. But if I only get so far through it and I'm like, bruh, do it again, not good enough, then I will probably re-record some of it. I mean, like, look, we got it working, but I feel like I haven't taught a man to fish, you know what I'm saying? We ain't fishing. I've just given a man a fish. They call me the fish man. Or something. I don't know. What do I do with this fish? I don't know. I don't know. You know what? One last thing that we'll do is let's do, when we do our sick fade, bro, let's actually move our input stage to over here. So let's just grab our vector 4 value, which is going to be our balls. Fuck, what did I call it? Our grid color. This will be stack context. Let's just get that, and we're going to add them together here. Just because I cannot be bothered making a separate stage. Wait, why are you was defined earlier, but a type is different vector for linear? Yeah. Yeah, you were defined earlier, but then in here, you are a linear color value. Vector 4. Grid color. Stack context. That should resolve. Oh my god, you fuck. Ah! Kill me. Kill me. No, I think I'll edit it. I'll see where I want to start from again, and then go from there. Because I was just going to do something like, instead of sick fade, bro, we would be doing, well, yeah, like draw balls, get the ball's input temp, which is a linear color, which I hate. That should definitely be a, let's go linear color. Grid color. Stack context. Let's get linear color. Grid color. And that's stack context. We're going to add the ball input straight to the grid color in this stage. So in the input stage, apply the scratch. It's going to get angry because our grid color value is fail if previously not set. So we'll set that to value. So that's going to be set to 0. And our grid 2D balls input also needs to be set to value. I don't know why that was not set already. Wait, balls? Our grid balls input. You. Oh, add this parameter. Well, balls input. You know what? Let's just, yeah, do that there. Whatever. Just set ball input as ball input. Okay. So when we were doing our sick fade, we already have our whatchamacallit. We can do a quick little get x plus 1. Oop. So plus 1, minus 1, and then the same with the y values. Y value plus 1, y value minus 1. And we are going to get the up, down, left, right of grid color. So this is up X regular Y, down X regular Y. Then we need the regular X plus Y and the regular X minus Y. And they all come from the grid. So we're just getting the up, down, left, right values. We're going to add them all together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And divide that by 4. Oh, by 4. And then set that as the new grid color. Very swag. Cool. And so now, when we see our balls... Oops, fuck. Need to get rid of some of them. Just get rid of all of them except one. We should... Okay, why are you doing that? Grid color, previous. Add them all together. Divide by 4. New grid color. In draw balls, balls input temp plus current grid color equals new grid color. Do they just have a weird default value? Oh god, I don't fucking know why it's gone white. I can see it here. But why is the default value... I guess I just want to add a tiny little fade out as well. Right here, grid color. Some factor of delta time. We'll subtract that and clamp it. Alright, well that would be our thing. Yeah, so like our ball is gonna... Whatever it's drawing is gonna like blur. Essentially. But anyway, I'll probably refilm a lot of that. It happens. It happens. You just lose steam, and then you cry a lot when you go to sleep at night. But I don't know. I think it was a good rehearsal. I think I can definitely do that one a bit more concisely without faffing as much. But you know. You need to use the render target on a post-process material. How would you line up the render target to the bounds of a landscape? You just have to... You need to know where the top corner of the landscape is, and then also how big the landscape is. Then you would subtract the top corner location from world space, and then divide it by the size of the landscape, and that would map it. That would map the render target to the landscape. Faffing is 80% of the fun? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. My brain. My brain. Alright, well, I reckon I'm gonna eat nachos and watch anime for the rest of the night. You know? You know? Good times. Who do we want to raid? Who is... Sorcery Story is live. Hillfort is live. Any Unreal Engineers? Any Unreal Engineers? Let me look. Do they do freelance stuff, sim shader related stuff? Depends. Depends. Depends on the scope and the payment. But I'm not like... I'm not like desperate for work, you know? If it's anything to do with like NFTs and crypto stuff, even if it like pays a lot, it's like, am I really gonna learn anything from doing stuff? Only accepts payment in exposure. True. Wouldn't that usually be the other way around? Because I have the YouTube channel. If you pay me extra, I'll make a video about it and promote your project. Let's see. Where's Unreal Engine? Do you have a day job in game dev before Prismatica? No, I started game dev during COVID. And before that, I was doing like audio engineering and working in cafes and just like, you know, classic stuff. But yeah, I have no background in game dev aside from essentially like when I started my YouTube channel, I'd been dicking around in Unreal for like 3 or 4 months. So Unreal Engine is literally all I know. If you gave me Unity or like Shader Toy or something and you're like, hey man, can you do this? I'd be like, I don't know. I literally don't know. All I know is Unreal. I guess like shaders, if you know, you give me like Blender, Material Graph, and I'm pretty handy. Yeah, when it comes to written code, I'm just like too much of a potato to do it. We reckon you for 70 years still feel like I barely scratched the surface of the Niagara stuff shade and made its way over my head. I feel the same. I feel very much the same. Let's see. Is that Unreal Engine? But that is in Importación de Modelos de Blender. Spanish, I think. I don't know. I'm not good with. Oh, why is my? Oh, it's updating more thingos. I can't find any English Unrealists right now. There's a lot of web devers. Oh, you know, we could raid Cavino. He's working in Godot. In the Godot. Considering how you approach problems, I think you get a handle on Houdini fairly quickly in my Gun Renegades. I'm fairly sure I would kick ass at Houdini and probably pick it up fairly quickly and also enjoy it. But I don't know if it works towards my, you know, end goal. Very hard to find someone to prototype Liquid Gas Sim, Marching Squares, Cellular, or blah blah blah. Automata? Grids, caves, blah blah blah. Right, okay. 2D gas liquid stuff. This is why I specifically seem materially challenging this stuff specifically. I'm getting pretty good at it. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I can probably like what's it called? Consult. I'm probably a good person to ask where to look for things and what to search, but not to, like, you know, actually do some things. End goal being to make a game? Yeah, end goal being to make a piece of software, an interactive software experience. Which is essentially just, you know, a way of saying a game. But it sounds cooler, you know? And definitely not pretentious. But I mean, it depends what you define as a game, right? I mean, like, Prismatica is a game. But it's also just something you can, like, look at and find interesting, you know? No, the logic's what I'm looking for, just not the experience to execute. Terraria, Noita, Oxygen not included type mechanic. Gotcha. Noita's one of my favorite games. I've got, like, 1,000 hours in that, in that game. But yeah, that's it's all up my alley. All right, let's begin the raid. I might stream tomorrow. I might possibly stream tomorrow. What's the genre or genres of Prismatica game? I would call it I guess genres are simulation. In the same way that, like, The Sims is a simulation game, or, like, RimWorld is a simulation game, and then an adventure/RPG. You could kind of think of it like, like hardcore Breath of the Wild, in some sense, you know? Traversing terrain and, like, adventuring and helping people or robbing people or punching people in the head and taking all of their bread and then selling that bread, you know, in the next town. Pretty much, like, very open-ended with a lot of, like, chaotic bullshit. So, like, a lot of physics interaction, a lot of character, social interactions. I think one thing that a lot of games don't do is just, like, large populations of, you know, characters that have agency, you know, that can actually affect the world. So things like characters building new villages instead of there just being static villages. Like, some people might be like, oh yeah, we're going to go start a farm. And they go out and they build a house over the course of how many days. And then there's a little farming settlement and they're actually farming shit and then delivering the crops to other towns. But then all of their caravans are getting, like, raided, or there's, like, monsters and shit, and so you can, like, protect them and whatever. And then maybe, like, a blizzard hits or a drought hits that region, and all of them start starving to death, so they resort to banditry, and they go and pillage another village, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, the world should be able to evolve, you know? It's one thing that I don't really like about typical procedural games, is like, yeah, you've got this, like, cool procedural landscape that doesn't really mean anything. Because, you know, you look at it once, and it's like, cool, I've seen that. It's never going to change, it's never going to evolve. It's never going to be viewed in a different context or whatever. It's just like, yeah, it's cool-looking terrain, and that's about it. Whereas I think, you know, procedurality should be the other way. So I'm going to author a gigantic continent and put some starting conditions down, but then the situation within the continent evolves over time. You know, cities get built, things get raided, natural disasters happen. And then within that big chaotic soup of bullshit going on, there's, like, some kind of main objective, which, you know, you can do in any order and whatever. Like, for example, go to, like, all four corners and collect the MacGuffin and combine it into the, you know, go and awaken the 4 divine beasts and then defeat Ganondorf in the center, kind of thing. But how you achieve that is totally up to you. And, you know, like, you could wander into the desert without getting, you know, sun protective leather from the ice lizards and turning that, you know, ice lizard hide into, you know, desert clothes, or without learning from, you know, some people how to make, like, sand treading boots so that you can, you know, you can walk faster on the sand or whatever. You can still go into the desert and maybe dehydrate, or maybe, you know, fall into a pit, or just, like, burn to death or whatever. But it'll kind of be set up so that there's like the main starting area where like it's, you're in the temperate zone, the habitable zone. And then towards the center of the world, it gets hotter because that's where the sun is on the flat Earth. And then towards the edge of the world, it's like dark and freezing cold. And the plan is that you'll kind of like start here and you'll like do little ping pongs back and forth. And eventually those ping pongs get longer and longer until you're like way at the extremes. Like, the extreme desert, the extreme dark zone, the dense jungle, and like the mountains or some shit. So, yeah. And each of those zones kind of have soft requirements that aren't actual requirements, but there's things in certain zones that will then help you in, other places. There might be like a gassy swamp where like, you can't breathe properly when you're in there. And if you light a torch on fire, then like it'll just explode and you'll burn to death. So you need to find out, you need to find a way to have a light source so you can go there at nighttime that doesn't use fire. So it could be like some glowing crystal lantern thing, or maybe you trap some bioluminescent creature in a cage and use that as a light source so you can see. Just something that isn't fire. And you probably don't want to wear like metal armor in a flammable gas swamp, because like as soon as your armor, hits stone and creates sparks, it'll probably explode and you'll burn to death. So just like a lot of environmental situations and bullshit like that. And then on top of that, you've got NPCs doing their thing. They're all trying to survive just like you are, and trying to earn money and trying to do X, Y, Z. And then, yeah, I guess like recruit a party or a squad of people or a company of people. And like some of them can be, like artisans and whatnot. So people that are supplying you with a stream of arrows, or repairing armor, or making new clothing, or washing stuff that gets dirty, baking food, hunting things. Or you could be one of those people that is doing the hunting and supplying the food for everyone to then go and, pillage villages or explore ruins or, discover new places and prospecting. And then reporting back to some person and selling information and all that kind of shit. So yeah, lots of possibilities. Or you could just like trade, just like, go to the desert and get all of the nice like cactus fruit, and then export that to, a different region where it's like, it's a what's it called? A luxury item. But you have to actually get it from point A to point B and not get robbed or killed by something or whatever. Or, I mean, you could probably, if you like stockpiled heaps of food, let's say you stockpile heaps of grain, right? Like, you buy grain over time, and you store it somewhere, and then you go and set fire to all of the nearby farms, and all of the grain storage, and then you come in with all this grain, and it's like, bro, I've got exactly what you need. And they're like, please, give us grain. Like, we're fucking starving. We need... we can't bake any bread. And you're just like, yeah, I've got you, I'll give it to you for only double the price that I got it for. So you could do fucked up shit like that. Without that being like a mechanic. It's not like It's not like hoarding materials and then causing a material shortage and then selling it back is like a mechanic of the game. It's just that the town needs X resource. If the supply dries up or whatever, due to whatever reason, then, you know, supply and demand, whatever. Think it's possible without excessive baking stages? Yeah. You can do a lot of stuff with simulations. Like, for example, my weather simulation thing. You can, like, get the average temperature everywhere, or average temperature in a location, and you can kind of just, like, guide it towards... Like for example, if I have a little sensor in the desert that's saying, like, you know, okay, the 10-day average of rain is like 1 millimeter per day, and I'm thinking, like, okay, well, I don't really want rain to be in the desert. I can, like, be like, okay, let's just, like, decrement that very slightly in that region so that it goes down. You can do the same with, like, supply and demand issues. But, you know, you can create... You can, like, kind of pad it out a little bit by, like, just creating items from nothing, or implying a lot of stuff. Like, for example, you don't have to individually have every character gathering individual, you know, corn crops. You could just be like, okay, well, this is going to be producing this amount of corn per thingo if it's uninterrupted. Or, like, you know, this amount of corn per this amount of workers. And those workers would have an efficiency based on their health and whatever. And then you can just, like, abstract all that and be like, okay, well, this farm, you know, from its last update would have produced 200 corn cobs. And then put them in, you know, a thing and sent out a shipment to the town. And then, you know, it's just good to go. Tim Kaine would love your game. True. He does love the emergent gameplay. Integrate high-resolution source simulations and undersample them to keep things lightweight. Yeah, essentially. Another big thing is with, like, the character and, you know, social simulation stuff. That's all CPU side. All of the weather stuff is being done on the GPU, just because it's kind of easier to do in Niagara. But for a lot of the character-related stuff, or town, you know, entity-related stuff, you can just do, like, a rolling update list. So, like, the player character might update their parameters every tick, for example. And then the nearest 10 characters, we update one of them per tick. So maybe they're, you know, every 0.1 seconds, those 10 characters would have their parameters updated, you know, whatever. And then further out, we have, you know, 100 characters and entities and whatever. And so we iterate through that list every frame. So really, we'd only be updating maybe 10 entities per frame, doing, like, a full update cycle. But it's based on, like, distance and that kind of thing. And then you can also do a kind of like a hierarchical update, where you, like, update a town rather than the individuals in the town. But I don't know, all of that I still need to program like properly. But yeah, the main thing about doing simulations is to stagger it. And then, you know, you have the time that it was last updated. And then you can figure out, okay, well, it's been 30 seconds since I last updated. You know, my hunger would have gone down to 0, but then I would have thought, oh, fuck, I'm going to eat something, so I'm going to eat bread. And that puts the hunger back up to here. And then I would have started going to the shops. And so then we start the going to the shops, you know, action. And that would have gone for 10 seconds. And then we freeze them there. And that was all just in one frame. So we've computed 30 seconds of NPC behavior in one frame as like a catch-up. And so we do that for everything, and, you know, it all should figure it out. First updated data will write, then updating the actors when you arrange. So the one thing, I think the way I want to do it is that it's like nested objects. So there is a bit of, what's it called? Indirection? Is that what's the word when you you know, have object references referencing other objects, and you've got to look up through the heap a lot. It is indirection, right? Or I don't know. I can't remember. But the thing is that, like, every entity has, you know, like for example, my character might have a backpack that's full of firestones or something, and so that would heat up the backpack, and then the backpack would heat me up. And maybe if there was like food inside the backpack, it would actually start cooking the food, and hopefully my backpack wouldn't be flammable. And that's like a completely different, you know, set of linked objects and behaviors and, you know, properties to a lizard, which is just like, well, I mean, a lizard doesn't produce its own body heat, for example. So that's completely different to the temperature calculation of a warm-blooded creature and that kind of shit. So everything, rather than being a data table, because a data table implies that everything has the same set of parameters and shit, I think it's better to do, at least for my needs, to do linked objects, where you create a web of objects, and they all interlink and affect one another, and then you just stagger that, you know, over time. Pressure environment in the future is striking a balance between performance and fidelity with everything else on the buffer and doing it all procedurally. Well, yeah, top-down helps a lot, but my art style is very performant, I guess. Like, there's very minimal texture lookups. The characters all get merged into, you know, discrete meshes. Everything uses one draw call instead of, like, using multiple material slots and stuff. So there's a lot of free juice to do, you know, all the bullshit like the Prismatica grass and wind interactions, and to run the weather simulation, and, you know, to run buoyancy simulation and all that kind of shit. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to be raiding Cavino. So thank you everyone for hanging. I may be streaming tomorrow, possibly. I might look through the footage of that video we filmed and just decide, you know, where to go from there. But yeah, I want to build up another backlog of videos to edit. We might also just do some other smaller videos, like mesh decals or something. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And to everyone watching on YouTube, thank you very much. You guys are great. Consider watching on Twitch next. I'm just kidding. You can watch on whatever platform you like. But I will see you guys all soon. I did release a new video yesterday, so make sure you've watched that one if you want to learn about the min and the max nodes.